And we're live. Where we left off, the party had been recruited by the local sheriff of town to investigate a series of presumably ongoing murders in town. So far, there's been a total of 4 confirmed kills, and 2 of which occurred at the local Sandpoint lumber mill, and the other 2 outside of town. And after some investigation, it seems that the party has some answers, but probably more questions than ever before. They are on the trail, or rather, they're seeking the trail of the offending party, and continue to search for answers. They find themselves at the Sandpoint Lumber Mill where they left off. The freshly slain bodies of 2 of Sandpoint citizens lying on the floor within its walls, blood spattered everywhere, and the grueling smell of rotten fish and flesh infests the room. And I think that's where we'll begin.
Well, I say that we use Puma and take and track that scent before it goes cold.
Do we want to also investigate with the other leads we have, or do we just want to see if we can't track anything down for descent?
I'd say we should do the scent first, and if that fails, then we go with all those other leads.
Let's go for it.
Onward, Puma.
All right. And what are you telling Puma?
I'm showing her the axe, like letting her get a good sniff. And I'm telling her, find him or her. Find him.
Roll a survival check for Puma.
Ooh, for Puma. How the fuck does Puma have a +0? She ain't even trained? Ugh. Oh, nat 20.
All right.
Starting off not bad.
That's it. Mystery's over. We found him. Next
And
arc.
Puma leads us exactly to the guy. We find him. We follow him old school style. Boom. Mystery solved. We're heroes.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to mention that I marked him as hunt prey, so that means that tracking and perception also apply to Puma. So 22. Yeah.
All right. So, Puma, after just a moment sniffing the blade end of the axe found at the crime scene, she points towards the wooden pier that stretches out into the river, into the logging pond of town. And she goes straight for the edge of the wood pier, not even hesitating to jump into the water and swim to the other side.
Nice. Let's go follow her.
Very well.
All right, everyone.
Yeah, I'll go swim.
All right. Kaj is swimming. Tristan, Raptor, what are you doing?
I'm swimming. At this point, I'm like, listen, this is the only solid leader we got. I guess we gotta go.
I'm worn out from too much shark mode. I'm going to hop on Robin and just fly over with them.
All right. Tristan and Kaj both roll a athletics check.
Oof.
An athletics check.
8.
24.
Actively drowning.
All right. Tristan, you dive into the water, and despite having a sizable amount of armor and weaponry on your person, you manage to swim across the not too deep but also not too shallow river and pond of the on the side of the town of Sandpoint. Kaj, on the other hand, appears to be he jumps into the water and immediately realizes how freaking cold the water is. And in a fit of panic, he breathes in and takes in a lungful of air and begins to slowly kind of sink down to the bottom. He's kind of doing this half doggy paddle, which is kind of odd coming from a half cat creature, but he seems to be struggling a little bit, as if a cat that's being forced to take a bath.
Fuck water. Oh, the fucking worst. I did this last
You
time,
doing
and I regretted
okay
it.
there, Taj? How you doing? How you doing? You doing okay?
I'm coming.
I'm gonna.
Do you want
swoop
some
down.
help?
Kaj is actively drowning.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay,
help
he's
out.
dying. Okay. Is he still at the surface of the water?
For now.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm gonna reverse.
I'm gonna swoop down, and from Robin, I'm gonna drop my grappling hook down to him,
You're
holding
even just
on to.
tall.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Robin's strong. She can do this.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold on to one end and say, "Grab on, Standy."
Is your grappling hook like your size, right?
I think it's like 4 or 5 feet long.
Okay.
So enough for me to get to like a normal person height.
All right.
So yeah, I'm pretty low on the water here.
All right. All right. You can. Go, all right. That's fine. Go ahead.
Grab on, Standy. I'll tow you across, me and Robin.
Yeah, I grabbed it.
All right. Let's see.
Are you
Raptor, roll a strength check, and Kaj, roll a athletics check.
Can't wait to see how this goes. Tits up.
So y'all remember when Marshall asked us 8 times if we were ready?
Mm-hmm.
My dice are... Oh, they're right here. We're good. One moment.
Well,
Just gotta do
I
it.
got a nat 1
Oh god.
plus
Nothing. Get to nat one. Dude.
3. So
It's a
nat
crit
1
fail.
plus 3.
Let's see this double nat 1. Let's fucking see it. It's a 2, baby.
All right. So, Kaj, as you try to fling yourself up out of the water and grab onto this grappling hook, which to your size is more like the grappling hook itself is about fist size or so for you. You, instead of grabbing it with your hand, it latches into your cheek,
Oh,
and you
no.
look more like a caught fish at this point than a cat struggling in the water.
Oh,
Meanwhile, Raptor, you, through your own gusto, you try to hold on as tight as you possibly can onto this rope, trying to make sure that you can get Santa Claus out of the water, but you underestimate how much this guy actually weighs, and you are flung from Robin's shoulders and fall straight into the water. Roll a athletics check.
Good god.
So at this point, Kaj, you take 4 points of piercing damage.
Athletics is going to be 19.
19. All right. So, and are you holding onto the rope as you hit the water?
At this point, no. If I've fallen off the bird, I'm tripping out. I'm freaking the fuck out. I'm flailing.
All
I'm
right.
doing my best to flutter. It does not seem to be working.
You are unable to flutter out of the water. It looks like your wings have gotten wet, and despite trying to flap on top of the water as a fly fish would, you cannot seem to get enough air underneath you, and you are, though not drowning, you are kind of just floating on top of the water. Managed to keep yourself above the water, but you are seeing your dearly beloved Standy Claus sink to the depths of the pond, and at this point, Kaj, you are under the water and you're still actively drowning. You just now have a giant fish hook in your mouth.
Turn into a shark. I didn't want to have to do it again.
How
but I
about
turned
you
into a
chill
shark.
out and stop trying to help and leave the athletic shit to the athletes?
I don't know what you're talking about. A shark is
Kristen,
built
seeing
for
the
small
enormous
ponds.
cluster that this has now become, decides to about face and go save the cat.
All right, roll a athletics check to try to save Kaj.
There we go. 26. I got a 10 to athletics.
All right. So you manage to grab onto Kaj by the scuff of his neck and pull him to the surface. He still is kind of coughing up this mucky, murky water. Something similar to the water that you might find at the Hagfish Tavern.
Oh,
And
no.
while he was down there, it seems that he got about a full mouthful of mud and muck as well. So he still has a clogging in his throat right now, and he's still not really able to breathe fully
I give him the Heimlich.
in the water.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
We ain't got
Roll
time.
a-
I got
roll
a
a
steady breastplate on. We're going to Heimlich him.
Roll a medicine check.
Oh, shit. I've got 2 in medicine. Let's give it a go. Okay. That's a 16.
All right. Under normal circumstances, you feel competent in your skills to perform the Heimlich, but given the fact that you're trying to keep not only yourself and Kaj above water at the same time, you just kind of push him into the water further, miserably failing.
All right. I'm just gonna say fuck it and grab him by his hood and the scruff of his neck and follow Puma and be like, I'll deal with this on dry land. And I'm just
And
going.
Kaj, you also take 4 points of damage
Sorry.
Very poorly.
for not only a poorly, even under best, given the circumstances, a poorly performed Heimlich, but you also have a throat full of muck that is blocking your air path.
Yeah.
We'll ring you out when we get to shore.
Well, Luke, are you happy? You said you can't wait for this to go tits up, and it went tits up in.
I didn't expect it. To be fair, I didn't expect it to go tits up in the first 5 seconds.
All right.
I turn into a shark still.
Okay.
I'll slot just.
I see Tristan push Standy Claws further underwater, and I sweep in as slow as a shark can travel.
A cannon will
And-
punch you in the nose.
And I say in shark language, grab on.
Fucking
Now I understand, yeah.
shark!
I don't know, do you speak shark?
I do speak shark.
There you go.
Yeah, I think,
Tristan starts paddling faster.
I think he understands. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, I speak to, I can speak to any animal.
Tristan doesn't. He's just like, where the fuck did the shark come from? And he starts just swimming faster.
All right. So
I'm gonna go ahead and grab the shark.
So
I
as
still got a
Tris-
hold of you.
okay, so
Yeah,
Tristan,
y'all
you're
can
holding
both
on to
save
you're
me.
holding
I
on
need
to
a lot of
Kaj.
help.
Still holding on to God.
Okay. So Tristan, you try to paddle back to the other side of the shoreline, still holding on to Kaj, while Kaj grabs onto the shark's fin. Everyone make a strength check.
Oh no.
Who pulls who?
Tug of cat, tug of cat.
Well, y'all are going in the same direction, right?
Yeah.
This is just a straight strength check.
Yeah. Yes. Everyone roll
Okay.
straight.
I got a
Another
6.
Another 16.
17, baby.
Kaj, what was yours?
6.
6. Okay. So Kaj, though you try to grab onto the fin of the shark, it seems that it's just a little too slick. The slime of the water is just too much, and there's not enough to grab onto. The shark swims away, about 10 feet, 15 feet before it realizes that you are not latched on. Tristan, you, still grabbing on to Kosh, the scuff of Kosh's neck, manage to make it back to the shoreline. Kosh
Right.
still attempting to cough up a lungful of muck and slime and mud and this brown green salt mixed disgusting water
With a goddamn fish hook in his face.
with a fish hook
We're gonna go for the Heimlich again, ladies and gentlemen.
with a tiny grappling hook latched completely into one cheek. It went in and then out again. There are two
I'm
hooks
so mad.
that are pointed out of his cheek right now, inside out.
Right. We're gonna go for that Heimlich again.
Medicine check.
All right. 21.
All right.
Looks like the iron dice is the one we want to is the good child right now.
You grab onto Kaj and pressing both hands into his gut from behind, you manage to you cough up a muck and a slime-covered pile. In fact, it seems to be mixed not only with muck and slime and mud, but quite a bit of hair also. It looks like a disgusting hairball, something that you could only dream of. And it's
this is embarrassing.
It's of considerable quantity as well. In fact, it looks like it's probably about 8 inches in diameter. This pile.
Where's Jester? Where's Raptor?
And
We need to use him as a reference.
I am still a shark.
all right, shark is doing what sharks do.
Yeah, I'm just swimming at this point. I think I'm deadheading towards Puma. My thought is get the fuck out of the water because Raptor is also having a shitty time right now.
Puma is out of the water and just kind of watching all of this unfold, kind of licking her paw and just kind of like looking at Kaj in particular, and she has this look on her face, and Kaj, you get no one else really is getting her subtleties, but Kaj, she is actively saying to you, "You're a fucking idiot." in like the most feline, like I can't even face.
I'm gonna kind of poke at the hook. Be like, you want me to get that out of your face?
Are you guys still in the water?
No.
They're on the shoreline now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna join him on the shore and transform back to Raptor mode.
All right.
And any fury that I had against Raptor with a fucking grappling hook to my cheek is now replaced mostly by embarrassment over this giant hairball that I've just coughed up. That was already there.
Andy, why don't you use your magic?
Standy doesn't have magic, Raptor.
What about your pain, dear?
I'm gonna
Could
as
you
this is
call
going
the
down,
pain,
I'm gonna unfasten the
Oh
hook
my
from
God.
Kaj's face.
Roll a medicine check.
17.
Okay. You managed to undo one of the 2 hooks from his face. There's still kind of like one. It seems to be kind of latching in there. It seems to be pretty well stuck. Cause you take 1 point of damage.
I'll give you one of my potions after this. Do you just want me to rip it out?
Go for it.
I'll just rip it out.
All right.
Don't hurt the moneymaker.
It's already listen, you're not making any money after that hairball.
Excuse me, I'm adorable.
You're also extremely wet and nearly died. You also had
Right now.
Can you describe how exactly you pull it out?
Kind of like when a child has, and with the same expression as Tristan, when you have to have a small kid and they're like, oh my god, I have a huge splinter, and you look at it and you're like, that's a huge splinter. Just kind of with that same like, okay.
Wait a second. Is this thing barbed?
It is barbed, and that's why it was difficult to get out.
Yeah. Tristan's
Can
just
I
gonna
stop
kind of
him?
grab it and just
Hold on. Hold on.
Can I stop him?
Why am I carrying a barbed grappling hook?
because it's a grappling hook.
Yeah.
I would say light hook on the end, not quite a full barb. I think you could pretty reasonably just pull it out this way without having to apply the opposite pressure.
Do you want me to roll a dex check to see if I can finesse it out?
No, it would be a medicine check, but so if you're just trying to rip it out, just roll a strength check. We'll see how that goes.
No. No.
It actually does check out that it would be barbed. I'm pretty sure I would have made it out of fishing hooks.
Well,
That's what I
that is
thought.
a 17 plus 3 for a dirty 20.
Nice.
All right. So you
That
Kinda-
motherfucker's out.
kind of in the same manner that you would rip out a tooth, just kind of grab onto the base of the hook with kind of wrapping your hand around the rope, which to you is more like twine, and just rip the thing out. And Kaj, you take 4 points of damage, and you now are actively tasting blood in your mouth. It seems that he ripped out a pretty sizable chunk, about a coin size worth of flesh from the inside of your mouth, and your mouth is kind of dribbling down with blood and saliva and what remains of the mucky sub-layers of the logging of what lied below the logging pond.
I'm gonna hand him my potion of lesser healing. Like, here you go.
I'm going to take that potion of lesser healing, toss it into the lake, and storm off into the fucking woods, getting out my bandage to fucking stuff that hole that's now in my face.
Wow, what a dick.
While that's happening, Raptor's grabbing a bunch of dirt off the ground, working on a healing plaster. Standy, I can help. Standy, wait.
I'm first gonna do the bandage.
Which bandage are you using?
My bandage of healing.
Minor, lesser.
Oh, I think I just have lessers.
All right, go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Oh no, don't save me, but thank me for saving your life. I'm a vegetarian, I have a hook in my face. Yeah.
Which you ripped out, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, you would have drowned if I hadn't have gotten there and saved your ass.
I'm still mad.
So am I. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get the grapple hook. Standing claws.
I helped out
29.
too.
Yeah, you helped Dick.
29?
Yeah.
Was that a nat 20?
No.
Okay.
That was a 16.
What the fuck is your medicine? 13?
13.
Oh my god.
All right, so you take 22 points of healing.
Nice.
I thought you were about to say damage.
Alright, so feeling better.
Though it doesn't exceed your max HP, by the way.
So,
So you're
feeling
back
better.
to full health.
I'm going to walk back and be like, let's just get this over with. Puma, where next?
So after you see Puma, what appears to be roll her eyes at you, she goes back to the kind of outcropping, the little peninsula that is on the eastern side of the river, opposite the lumber mill. And she sniffs around and she finds a couple of footprints that seem to lead both in and out of the water. She spent some time sniffing around and looking at these footprints, each of which appear to be... Actually, everyone roll a perception check.
Dirty 20.
15.
Actually, no, not a perception check. A survival check.
Oh, it's a different mod.
Oh, that's a nat 20.
All right.
And that is 18.
And Tristan?
19.
Wait, are we tracking? Is that what we're doing?
You're trying to ascertain more information from the footprint.
So that would essentially be tracking. So my hunt prey would apply, right?
It would.
Excellent. Then dirty 20.
So all three of you recognize it as a humanoid creature, something with a elongated foot, but about as wide as an average human footprint. Though, oddly enough, it seems that it also contains evidence of a long claw or toenail, something that you might expect from a bear or a mountain lion if its claws were outstretched. Something with not large, but certainly formidable claws.
And that's claws on each of the toes.
On each of the toes, yes. It has 5 toes, so it's a humanoid footprint, just elongated, about as wide as a human footprint, but it has evidence of pretty reasonably sized claws or talons of some sort.
To clarify, my claws are more cat-like, yeah?
Yeah.
Like my footprint?
As you kind of are you like putting your foot into the muck to kind of compare the two?
I think I could just do it by thinking. I should know my footprint.
It's similar, but a little bit more elongated. Your claws are a bit more curved inward. These ones are more bear-like in that they outstretch a little bit. They seem to outstretch a little bit further.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell Puma and also help her out in tracking the footprints / snow.
All right. So Puma spends a considerable amount of time on this little kind of pile of soil, and where the footprints both enter from the river and exit to the river. And after spending about 5 minutes kind of sniffing there, and she kind of expands out her radius into eastward into the wood, but quickly returns after about a minute or so. It doesn't appear that she's really found much of anything east of the open kind of bare ground at which you find yourself. Everyone roll a perception check.
What was that noise?
21.
Whoop. I have no idea.
Oh, that was me, I think.
Yeah, that was your digital
Oh.
roller.
That.
Okay.
Oh, y'all can hear that. Okay.
Yeah,
I
was just
forgot.
there, was like,
I forgot my dice in the van.
I rolled a 21.
21.
Also
21. 25.
Raptor.
It was a 28.
All right. So as you wait for Puma to continue her searching, you notice that where you're standing, the location where it seems that a series of footprints kind of overlap themselves, as if someone were standing and kind of moving around in this same about 10 by 10 foot vicinity. You find that the area that you currently find yourself has a perfect vantage point to the back door of the sawmill, the one from which you left the sandpoint and then went onto the wood pier. And if those doors were left open, it would have a perfect vantage point into the sawmill itself.
So then it looks like they scoped out the place for a while.
Now I have a thought here.
Uh-oh.
If it has anything to do with drugs, it's an automatic no.
Well, now that you mention it, I suppose it could have a reference. But
Okay,
no, Tristan, hear me out. Thanks to your enlightenment on reproductive manners that you gave me.
Oh yeah, that's right. We had
think-
a talk.
I think I've realized what it was I saw when I was a young boy. One time I saw a human and a wolf, and they were hugging, but the human was behind the wolf, and there was a lot of forward and backward motion. Now hear me out. These footprints, they look an awful lot like humans and like wolves. I think whatever did this was inseminated in front of my eyes as a wee boy.
No, so many reasons no.
I don't see why not. All we have to go on is claws. We have claws, we have human footprint, we have this monstrosity, and it smelled like fish and flesh, and if I was a wolf human, I would probably like fish and probably smell like shit, because I wouldn't know how to use human facilities to bathe myself. Just a wild hypothesis. If I'm right, you all owe me so many drugs.
We're gonna pursue other avenues of thought, but that's a good backup.
Yeah.
I stand by it. Scarnetti hired the wolf boy to murder this person. That's my final answer.
If you say so. I'm gonna go ahead and try to track these footprints.
I'm gonna
Where
look.
they lead.
I was like, can we actually find out what happened now?
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to track the footprints either to where I'll track any footprints coming or going, figure out where he came from, or figure out where he went. Anything I can find.
Roll a survival check.
I thought that would have been quite helpful. Fuck me. I
Oof,
guess.
nat 1. Roll 12.
All right. It was a nat 1.
Yep.
All right.
Not rolling well tonight, guys.
Okay. You look at the footprints and you kind of examine them in this 10 by 10 foot area. And after examining them for about a minute or so, you come to the conclusion, it must have gone this way, and you kind of jump back into the water in a enthusiastic, like, I must be right. There's no way I'm not right kind of mentality. Roll a athletics check.
Oh, God.
Can I look to Puma to see if she's going that way?
Puma's looking at Kaj right now, and Tristan, roll a perception check.
23.
After spending a little bit of time with Puma, you are beginning to kind of get her kind of subtext of
I
as
can't
a-
speak Big Cat, but I can infer the expressions.
right, you can.
Right.
And her expression says, I can't even.
I know. I understand.
Yeah, I rolled a 12.
All right.
Come on, it's swimming. It's not that hard. A 12
That's the
should
one
do
who
it.
nearly drowned like 5 minutes ago.
All right. You jump into the water and then immediately remember how cold it was and jump right the F back onto the shore. Like, nope! Definitely not. Not doing that again.
Gosh, are you done mucking about, or do you need to?
Yes. Do you guys want to give it a shot? I couldn't get the tracks.
I grew up as a noble, and I've probably been on a hunter too. I'll give it a go too.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so that's an 18 plus my 11 to perception, correct?
You're.
Or is it
It
a
was.
survival?
It's a survival check.
Okay, that's less impressive. That's 18 plus 9. So
You have a 9 in
27?
survival?
Yeah, I have a 9 in survival.
Oh, okay. All right,
I'm
you.
doing this as well with a 26.
All right. So the both of you believe that the both of you kind of scope out the area, covering the same ground that Puma did, beginning with the overlapping footprints in this about a 10 by 10 foot square patch of ground, and then continuing into the wood through the reeds, trying to find a trail or track, but finding none. You come to the conclusion that the human or creature or whatever it is that made this track both entered and exited from the same place of origin, and that the trail both begins and ends at the same location with no remnant to find. It seems that they traveled up the river to this patch of ground, up the river from the what you expect to be the ocean or farther down the river, to this patch of ground, stayed here for some time, went on to the sawmill, returned to the same location, and then retraced their steps with no visible track or remnant to follow.
It looks like they originally came from the south.
In the yes, it seems that it came from the southwest, from the joining of the river to the ocean, which is at your present location is only about 500 yards or so.
Well, I say we check out the rest of these leads.
Your mic's off.
I say that we check
Still
out
off.
Yeah?
There we go.
Alright. I say we check out the rest of these leads. Take Puma with in case we come across the killer. She'll be able to smell him as long as we're within 30 feet. And yeah, do some investigating unless anyone else has a better plan.
All right.
I don't want to say better plan, but
Oh, God.
I have one as well. Is
All
there
right, well,
anything in common between all of the dead people?
That's a great question.
Because if there is, I say we just stage a trap. We just make Tristan over there look like whatever it is that is being murdered, and Standy and I can hide in a dark corner, and then when it comes to kill Tristan, we jump out, bonk it on the head, put some poison down its throat, and call it a day.
Raptor.
Yes and no?
Raptor. As ardently fond of you as I am, the day I trust my good health and safety to you is the day I hang up my spurs.
Well,
And your
Tristan,
good friend Kaj.
Kaj, I trust a little more than Raptor.
I would gladly do it. However, I feel like I might be a little bit different than the victims here.
Unfortunately, I also have a very recognizable face in Sandpoint. If whatever this thing was going to try to kill me, or Kaj, or Outremer, or Ciro, or Anthar, if they were targeting us, they probably would have already targeted us. We have nothing, we only very briefly had contact with Harker, and we didn't even have contact with Catherine. So I don't really think that any of us would be on their radar yet.
All right. Well, I'm gonna put this plan on the back burner then, because I've already come up with a solo version alternative.
Put
Oh, God.
put that one on the back burner next to the Wolf Boy theory.
Or the Wolf Boy and
Yeah. We're
All other
gonna shelve both of
coexist
those
side by
plans.
side.
But you know what, Raptor? Finding out a commonality between the victims is a good plan. So good
That
job. You're
That
doing
actually
great.
that's a really good idea.
Now-
I think
Now,
we
if
should
it
start.
comes to it,
I think we should start with that boy, Ibn Thorn, because he saw us. He's out of all of these. I mean, out of these out of the 4 individuals we have, 2 of them we actually have contact with. We had contact with Ibn the night before the murders, and we also had contact with Ven before we went and we got our weapons back.
that sounds good. I will continue to hide, and I'll do my thing. But that sounds like a plan. And by my thing, I mean your plan, my way.
Raptor, I can't believe I'm saying this, but go find drugs. Now,
I like
I need
this
no.
idea.
I need you to go find hallucinogenics, because the more lucid some of these people are, and I'm telling you this only as a last resort. The more lucid these people are, the more loose their tongues are going to get.
Tristan, are you suggesting that I go out of my way to find a potent hallucinogen and then I give it to somebody else?
Yes, or I'll pluck your wings off myself.
I can do 50-50. It's the best I can offer.
You get 30 out of set, and I keep the 70, and you get any remaining after we're done here.
Perfect. That sounds good. And Raptor has his fingers crossed behind his back. As
Oh, so does Tristan.
as
Both of you roll perception check.
I'll be right back.
Two.
Roll. Both of you roll a perception check, and both of you roll a, or no, not perception, deception check. Sorry.
Deception.
That's a 19.
Oh, that is, oh baby, that's a 27.
All right. So, Tristan, you somewhat believe that Raptor is probably telling the truth, but you have your suspicions also. Raptor, you have a little bit more of a suspicion that what Tristan said to you just a moment ago is less truth than truth.
Well, I'm quite fine with that.
More
Because,
truth, less truth than truth.
Yeah, Raptor's plan for the viewers here is to go find a copious amount of hallucinogens and then stash away about 90%, and then split the remainder with Tristan, walking away with approximately 95%.
All right. I like it. All right, so after your exchange, what would you like to do?
Look for drugs. Immediately.
Do you actually want to look for drugs?
I mean,
I do.
you can fly. You have Robin and you can fly, right?
Yeah, okay. Before I
So,
take off,
How
Tristan,
about we temporarily split the party? Kaj and I can go interrogate Ibern. We'll tell you where to find us. You go grab your drugs, meet us back at our predestined location, and then we'll figure out where to go from there.
So you
I
recall
like
that
plan.
Sheriff Hemlock said that Ibern was being held at the garrison at the moment for questioning,
Mhm.
along with the
Asylum dude, right?
no Venvinder is also being held.
Oh, okay.
Sheriff Hemlock said that Venvinder, Ibn Thorn are both being held at the Sandpoint garrison along with the remains of the first 2 victims.
Okay, I guess we'll go to the garrison then. Raptor, find your drugs, reconvene with us back at the garrison. We'll figure this out.
That sounds like a plan. I'll see you there in about an hour then.
Very well.
I'm gonna. I'll take Puma with us.
Your mic.
Muted.
Muted.
I'll never understand this mic. In is mute. What the fuck? I'm gonna bring Puma in case we smell anything.
All right. Let's do Tristan and Kaj and Puma first.
All right. So, how do you want to play this, Kaj? I mean, we're obviously gonna have to go in there and interrogate them. Do you want to do alternating personalities? One of us comes at them, difficult, and one of them comes at them, a little more accommodating, friendly. Do you want to good sheriff, bad sheriff this situation?
I'm down. Which one do you want?
Well, I mean, theoretically, it could go either way. I have stature and the, unusual eyes to do bad sheriff if you want to take good sheriff, but at the same time, you're also a terrifying cat creature, so... But
I'll
you're
do
also...
intimidating. I'll do intimidating.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, you're also extremely charismatic.
Let me look at my character. Yeah, no, I'll do intimidating.
Very well.
Oh, wait. No, anything but intimidating.
Okay, yeah, okay, we can, all right, you, remember, you try to persuade things out through him, try to charm him, I'll come in hard. I think the boy's already a little terrified since I laid out Banny when we went to the mill, so I don't think he needs much convincing that I'll hit him if I need. It's useful having a first impression of someone being a brute.
That's true.
All right, so let's go to the garrisons. Go ahead and figure this one out.
Hell yeah.
All right, you make your way towards the garrison, kind of central of town, strategically positioned to respond to any outside or inward threat to the civilian population. The building itself is stone built solidly with large stones and brickwork. You can see kind of towers and administrative buildings situated behind a open kind of training ground, all surrounded by tall walls, probably the tallest stone walls you've seen in town, perhaps with the exception of the North Gate. The building itself is guarded by a couple of guards that mark your entry with a nod, allowing you inside the open courtyard in front of the primary buildings. You recall from your last time being here, the way to the Sandpoint jail, a corridor that leads down a couple of like a story into a dark catacomb-esque series of rooms and hallways. Cells line the door. You see in front of you a large man sitting on a empty oak barrel. The man notes your approach and stands, the jingle of jail keys alongside his hip. Holstered in a leather cylinder, you see his wood baton and he kind of approaches you, kind of one hand on the baton, kind of in a rest, not a threatening, but more of a resting position, and looks at you. Oh, I see that you're here. Well, I suppose you'll be wanting to talk to Thorn. Right.
That would be correct, yes. Has he
Well,
done anything? Has he done anything that we would consider suspect?
well, he was at the scene of the crime, and maybe more knowledgeable than he perceives. I've interrogated him, and this kind of ogre of a man kind of rolls his shoulders back in a era of both satisfaction and dismay. But I haven't gotten much out of him.
We'll take it from here.
Yeah, I think it is best that we do.
Well, the sheriff told me you might be around, so go on in. But we'll see what you find.
I looked at Kaj like, do you want to go in? How do you want to do this? I go first, you go first?
I'll go on first.
After you. I'm going to just kind of brush off myself and try to look as scowly and just pissed off and intimidating as I can, coming in behind Kaj.
Alright.
Like, hands on my weapons and just ready to fucking crack skulls.
Alright, so kind of as you make your way through the hallway, dark and dingy, kind of full of this kind of mold or kind of this musty air, you find the cell which contains Iborn Thorn. The man seems a bit bloodied, a bit more bloodied than the last time you've seen him. His face is a little bit more swollen, and you can see that he has a bloody nose that has now dried and but had run down his upper lip and down the one side. His tunic, once kind of a dirty white, spotted with blood. His hair kind of rustled and almost ravenous, kind of made unkempt. He turns to Kaj and sees your approach, and then sits down at the wooden cot that lines one side of the cell. The cell itself, fairly small, even by jail standards. It seems to be only about 5 by 10 foot. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, so I'm gonna go in, sit next to him, and say, Iborn, I'm so sorry all of this has happened to you, but I have some good news. Me and my associate here, we're here to help you out. We're gonna get to the bottom of this and get you out of here. Okay?
Depending on what you can tell us.
Tristan, are you just kind of behind the out of view at this point?
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of like leaning off. Like I'm behind, like I'm just kind of almost just kind of subtly just stepping around. Almost to like throw my voice to just kind of give the illusion like, oh, I'm here. But you're not going to be able to brace if I decide to grab your head and slam it into something. You're not going to tell which direction it's coming from.
All right. I've already told the sheriff and his watchdog everything I know. I don't know what more you want from me.
There has to be something something you haven't told them that might be able to get us to the bottom of this. Really, we just want to know the truth as much as you do.
So do I. I mean, Banny, who's a good friend of mine. I don't know what else I could tell you.
Well, we know that Banny worked for the Scarnettis. Is there anything there? Any quarrel? Any disagreement maybe he had in that business?
Roll a diplomacy check.
That is 23.
Well, do you swear what I'm about to say doesn't go back to the Scarnettis?
Absolutely. Anything you say stays between us. We just want to get to the bottom of this.
Well, a while back, Banny, he started cooking the books and altering some of the ledgers. He wanted to save up. You see, he was trying to win Catherine's heart, and he knew that Ven wouldn't accept a guy like him. Ven wanted someone better positioned, and I mean, he didn't like guys like us, just the working folk, and well, he took a little bit more than he should have. You see, he altered the ledgers and skimmed off the top, and I don't know if it had anything to do with it, but and he kind of turns kind of around to see if anyone else is listening. Don't tell the Scarnettis I knew. I didn't want to get him into trouble. I mean, we've been buddies for a long time, and he's a good guy, and he's trying his best, but they don't pay us all that much, and he thought it'd be all right since we don't get paid all that much, but I mean,
Tristan's gonna look to Kaj like, what do you want? Like, do you want me to, or hold off?
I'm gonna kind of sit him back, hold off a little bit. Well, thank you, but that should help us quite a bit get to the bottom of this. The next question: the killer seems to have something to do with being stinky, very thin, possibly tall. Does this kind of smells like fish? Does this describe anybody that you may know?
Well, no, I the only thing I could think of is maybe, no, not really. I mean, a lot of people kind of smell the fish around this town. It is a fishing town, and but tall and lanky. It doesn't sound like Scarnetti, but I wouldn't put it past him to hire someone. He and he kind of turns around, make sure no one else is listening. I even heard that Scarnetti bought up the mill in town and then burnt down all of his competitors to make sure that no one else could make flour. He wanted to monopolize the market, take over the market. That's the kind of guy that Scarnetti is. So you didn't hear this from me, but I wouldn't put it past him to do things that the lords wouldn't like, if you know what I mean.
We also have reason to believe the killer maybe slightly dog-shaped werewolf type, dog human hybrid type sort of creature. Does this ring any bells to you?
At this, Iborn kind of takes a half a step back. You mean like you?
No, not like me. The footprints are close, but they don't quite match.
Well, I don't know anyone like that. Just sounds like someone you don't want to cross.
Apparently, I'm gonna look over at Tristan, kind of give him the go ahead if he has anything.
I'm gonna grab him by the back of his head and slam his face into the wooden board or into the wood.
Roll a strength check.
That's a 15.
All right, you successfully grab him by the nape of the neck and slam him into the adjoining kind of end table. His nose begins to bleed again, fresh blood going down his lip and to the side. And he kind of coughs on his own blood. I told you everything I know.
You want to bleed. You want to bleed more like your friend. You don't fess up what you know. Batty and Catherine would have died for nothing. I don't have time for you to try to salvage what's little is left of your pride. You tell me and you tell him what you know, or I'll hit you again.
Roll intimidation.
Okay, good. I got 8, 9, 10, 11. So 21.
All right. Well, see, Van, he didn't know about the Catherine and
we already know
Banny.
that. I pull out my dagger and just kind of like wiggle it under his chin, like, you better start telling me things.
Well, you should talk to me. I don't know. That's all I know. That's honestly all I know. He kind of starts to cry.
I'm gonna put my hand on his back and say,
I'm gonna look at Kaj like, what the fuck?
He's now kind of like mixing tears with blood, and they're beginning to kind of stream and puddle on the floor, drip, drip onto the stone floor.
I'm gonna glance to see if it's tears or if he's pissing himself.
Roll perception.
That's a nat 1.
Doesn't look like he's pissing himself.
All right.
Anyways, I'm gonna pat him on the back and kind of comfort him, like, there. Now you started to say something. Maybe if we something. What were you saying?
Only that, well, Banny and Karen, you see, they've been seeing each other for a while now, and Banny, he was saving up for a ring, you see, and he was finally gonna pop the question. Kind of coughs on his own blood. And I don't know, maybe Ven heard about it and didn't want Catherine and him to be together. And I mean, he's a nice enough guy when you get him on his good side, but he can be a nasty one. That, and they were talking about running off together and going somewhere else and starting new, and well, and he kind of looks down to the floor and kind of tries to collect himself. You see, Banny told me that Catherine was pregnant, and they were gonna be together, regardless of the consequences.
I'm gonna slap him.
Why would you do that? I told you everything I know.
You kept a secret from a man whose daughter had been violated.
He was. It's not. They loved each other.
Love. Tristan's gonna like back up just a second to like compose his thought. If it was love, nothing would have needed to be done in secret.
But I told you, Ven never would have approved.
Irregardless, he had the right to know.
He just starts to cry in the corner.
I kind of glance at him over his head to Kaj and just be like, sorry, momentary lapse of judgment, won't happen again. Like, just kind of like, I'm sorry that.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna look over Tristan. I don't have anything left. Do you?
I'm going to put my hand on Ebern's shoulder and be, rest assured, we're going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to find out what happened to Banny and Catherine. But if we find out that you held anything out on us, well, there's enough blood on your hands as is. And then I'm just going to walk away.
He kind of looks at you in a kind of almost disbelief, but then he kind of turns, and in a almost in a sobering realization that maybe this was, or maybe I had more involvement than I even thought. Kind of that realization that maybe I could have done something different to prevent.
That's kind of what Tristan's trying to leave him with.
And he just kind of curls up on the cot and kind of sobs to himself quietly.
Well, shall we head over to the father?
Well, I think we have some information that he needs to know, don't we? I'm going to just kind of like wipe everyone's blood off my glove.
All right.
Just kind of like, I'm sorry about that. There are things that shouldn't be kept from anyone. Otherwise, things like this happen. That's another victim to this person's count if the girl was pregnant.
All right, well, to the next cell.
To the next cell. Same modus operandi?
All right. You kind of continue down the corridor, leaving the cell from which you find Venvinder, closing it behind you. Rather, not Venvinder, but Ibernthorn. To find a cell a couple of rows down containing Venvinder. Shoot. All right. Oh. Okay. All right, you find the cell containing Venvinder. A man large in stature and in girth, his black beard floating above his swelled belly, lacking all but a mustache. His eyes are kind of dark and foreboding. He turns to you and exclaims, "What do you want?"
Binder, we've been assigned to find out what happened to your daughter.
I don't give two shits about what you've been assigned to. I want to know what's been happening and what's been going on.
I'm going to about how far away from where we've entered and where he's sitting. And is he sitting at a table?
He's sitting on the. Well, at this point, he's stood up, and he's about 5 foot away from you.
Okay, I'm gonna just stride up to him and get in his face and be like, "Listen, old man, we're trying to figure out what happened to your daughter and the boy as much as you are. Now we're willing to tell you what's information, but you need to stop being belligerent and work with us. Otherwise, I'll tell them to throw you in a darker hole."
Roll intimidation with disadvantage.
Okay, so that's a 16 plus 8 for the first one, and that's a 13 plus 8 for the second one. So 13, 14, 10, 11, so 21 for the first. 21.
21.
Mm.
Venvinder, his stature foreboding is one of the few people that you actually have to look up to. He looks down on you and with a fire in his eye says, "Don't give me that shit, little man. My daughter was murdered. I want to know who did it." And he grabs you by the scuff of your
I
of your
slam
collar.
my knee into his groin.
Roll a strength check.
15.
You bastard! And he kind of half curls over in agony.
Put your hands on me again, and it's the last time you'll have a hand. Now, do you want to sit down and discuss this like civilized gentlemen, or do I need to hit you again?
Oh, you'll all remember this, you little prick!
I'm gonna grab him by the beard and pull my dagger out. Like, just grip it. He's keeled over, right?
He's like he's kind of crouching, kind of half keeled over.
Okay, enough to grab the beard?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the beard, draw my dagger, and put it under his chin.
You think death frightens me now? You little man. I just saw the corpse of my daughter. I fear nothing anymore, you little fucker!
Oh, I don't think you're scared of death. In fact, I admire you for your lack of fear towards death. But I think, given what you've told me right now, you're afraid of your other girl being orphaned and alone, making a living on the streets. Although
I'm gonna
she
go
might
in
not
between
be,
the two, y'all.
although she might not be unused to that, given the reputation I hear about her around Sandpoint.
Oh,
Shit! You little fucker!
Oh,
I'm gonna push them apart.
dig it in a little deeper.
Alright, so
I've
Gosh,
killed
you're
before,
spreading
I'm
the
not afraid
two?
to make your daughter an orphan.
Yeah, I'm gonna spread the two, talking calmly. And I'm gonna be like, "Hey, listen. There's no reason for us to fight. We both are trying to find the killer, bring them to justice. Okay? We all want the same thing here."
kind of takes a deep breath. I'll talk to you, Catman, but he stays out.
Tristan, that's up to you.
Did I glitch out? Did you hear that?
Yeah, Tristan, that's up to you.
Hang on. Internet's being a little fucky.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'll repeat. I'll talk to you, Catman. But your
I don't
friend,
know, how do you feel?
he's gotta
about
go.
this?
I think I can talk to him.
I kind of glance over at the man, like, again, just kind of trying to measure him up.
Roll a perception check.
24. Keep forgetting that my perception's now 11.
He seems just a hair calmer now than a moment before, but he's kind of, whenever he glances at you, he has a aura of
Malice. Distaste.
malice is good.
Yeah,
We'll go with
okay.
malice. Thank you.
I'm going to just sheathe my dagger, and I'll look at Kaj and I'll be like, all right, you're, all right, I'll trust you on this one if you need me. I'm going to be outside I'll be outside the door. I won't be too far away. I'm going to glance over at him before I go and say, whatever he was, Banny Harker wasn't a bad lad. He didn't deserve what happened to him, and he certainly didn't deserve what you thought of him. And then I'm going to walk out.
He kind of hawks out and spits on the floor. That's what I think of your Banny.
Well. All right, let's take a seat and talk about this, all right?
I'm going to, against my better judgment, walk out the door.
All right. All right. Well, you've got me, Catman. What do you want to say?
Well, we're looking into this case. We're trying to find any leads that we can. First off, is there any reason that somebody might want Banny and Catherine dead?
Banny is scum of the earth, that one. But, my dear Catherine, she was a kind soul. She couldn't ask for a better daughter. And she deserved better than what she got. And certainly better than that Banny.
Yeah, we heard the disagreement that you had with their being involved. Now another question. A few days ago, there were a few people in a barn that were murdered. Do you have any correlation with that? Any connection to you, Catherine Banny, that you know of?
Barn? I spend most of my time in town. Gotta manage my shop, you know. I don't know anything about a barn.
Okay. Now, and for this question, I'm gonna size him up and keep an eye on him. Fuck. There we go. Now, what did you think of her being pregnant? I'm gonna see what his reaction to it is, if he's surprised at all.
Roll a perception check.
Dirty 20.
It's pregnant? Catherine is pregnant? He kind of has this solemn, saddened face on him. I could have... I could have been a grandparent?
Do I hear this on the other side of the door or no?
Roll a perception.
21.
You do hear it. With Banny?
Why do you think the boy was trying to propose?
And he kind of just sits down on the cot, at his arm resting in his hand, taking in what you just told him. He seems genuinely shocked at the news and kind of sad and not remorseful, sad and solemn at the news, realizing a future that would never be, a life that would never see the sunrise or enjoy the joyousness of walking through a field. He kind of begins to sob softly, and you can see tears down his face. My dear
I'm gonna lightly put my paw on his shoulder.
I'm gonna kind of slide into the door, like back into the room, but just kind of rest quietly at the doorway, like not saying anything, but just being there.
He seems genuinely saddened at the news and takes a moment to collect himself and take it all in. After a few minutes of quietly sobbing, your hand on his shoulder, he returns his gaze to your eyes, Kaj. Anything I can do to bring justice.
Very good. Okay, so first off, the murderer. We have some information on him. We know that he smells terrible, like rotten fish. We believe he's tall and kind of lanky. And perhaps either is or has some correlation to a shapeshifter, maybe a werewolf, some sort of dog, bear, humanoid type thing. Does any of this ring any bells? Of anything to do with you, Barry, Catherine? Maybe even Scarnetti.
Well, running a general store, you see all sorts, but nothing like that. Nothing that could bring itself to murder an unborn child.
Nobody ever came in that smelled like rotting fish and perhaps was quite skinny?
I mean, you have some lengthy characters, but no. Do you have any more? Any? This. I mean, you go down to the docks and everyone smells like fish down there. Do you, please, do you have any more? He begins to sob, just begging for more information.
I'm gonna walk up and offer him my handkerchief.
He gladly accepts it and blows into it. And after kind of snuffling a fair amount of snot onto the handkerchief, he kind of half folds it and returns it to you.
I think you need it more than I do.
You're a better man than I credited you for.
We all do things when we're angry. We all. Benny Hawker was trying to do the honor. I understand why you wanted the best for your daughter, but take it from me, loveless marriages they do more harm than they do good to people of a sensitive soul. And from what I can tell, your daughter was at her core a girl who was never going to be happy with the best match for her. If she wanted that boy, I'm going to tell you, I think she was going to have him aware. And for all his flaws, I think Benny was. I think he did love her. And there's nothing we can do for them now. But we can avenge them. And that's what Kaj and I will do. If we find out anything more that you can help us with, we will tell you. But in the meantime, I think the best way you could help is once you're released, tend to your daughter, attend to the boy, make sure that they both get proper burials.
I'll see to that. Sure enough, even.
You know, you're a tradesman. You would know how the economics of this town work? Do you know of anyone the Scarnettis would employ if they found out that somebody was cheating them?
You think the Scarnettis are involved?
I wouldn't put. I've known powerful men, and I know that they are capable of. I don't want to accuse anyone, but I can't weigh out my experiences. I'm not going to weigh out men who slaughter an entire person. I'm not going to weigh out any rumors. And given what I've heard about the Scarnettis, I think that they're capable of murder. Maybe not this murder, but I can't weigh out any possibilities.
Well,
Think of anything how they would move if it were them. Where would you point us?
the Scarnettis are... Titus, in particular, is
a right royal prick.
ruthless, is the word that comes to mind, but even he wouldn't resort to killing.
Easy.
I told you it was Titus Scarnetti.
Wait, you're not there. You're not there.
Yeah, no.
Even
I told you.
even he wouldn't do the monstrous deed that was done to my child.
Never underestimate the abilities of a man motivated by greed.
Well, I don't know of anyone that would do the things that were done to my child and grandchild. But I'll tell you this. If I, or if anyone, wanted a thing done, they would talk to the man that runs the Fat Man's Feedback. He runs the underbelly of this town.
We've met.
You know that he's a scum of the earth would be a compliment to scum. But
Rest assured, whether or not he's responsible for this, I welcome the day I get to cross swords with him.
Well, that may very well be. Even I can't see him and Titus seeing eye to eye, even in a business transaction. Titus, you have to understand, he's a businessman through and through. He once offered to buy my shop. I run a tight ship and make profit month to month, and he saw the value. I refused, and he respectfully let me go on my way. But then again, you hear these rumors. You see, I wouldn't want to repeat them in front of Scarnet. He's a powerful chap, that one. But he's the only one that owns the grain mills in town, and well, sometime after he bought the last grain mill, all the competitors, they faced a series of unfortunate events, and in particular, burning of their establishments. And I don't want to.
It looks suspicious, is what you're telling us.
Well, it did, but the cost of grain and the cost of bread never increased, so nobody ever talked about it. Hemlock, he did his best to investigate, but at least from what I heard, he had no evidence, so the case was dropped. But even I I don't see Titus and the owner, Fat Man, seeing eye to eye, even on a business transaction. You see Titus, and well, he's never liked the native Oricians. It was back to his father, you know. His father had a bit of a vendetta against the Oricians. You probably heard about the massacre some
We've heard
40 odd
that.
years ago.
Never heard the reason for his vendetta against them.
Well, you probably won't hear. You probably won't hear the real reason or the real truth. Who knows? But I heard that he wanted to make way for further purchase of land and wealth. And that's what I heard. And thankfully, I've always been found myself on the good side of Titus and his kin. But if any of this ever left this cell, well,
You have my word that you will not be implicated in any of this.
that's good, because,
Unless it comes time for you to testify, we're not going to use you, the boy in the other cell.
well, I thank you for that. And I don't. Titus, he always struck me as a fair businessman, but ruthless, nonetheless. It's not one you want to cross.
I know this might be difficult for you to suss out, but he's a businessman, but he's also a man. Men have weaknesses. Do you know of any vices the man is capable the man possesses?
I'm sorry. Yeah, speak up, my old dear sir. Well, they're fixing on me.
Any vices the man might be implicated of? Gambling, drinking, whoring?
Titus? He kind of laughs back. No, not Titus. He's a right royal prick sometimes, but you won't see him in the gambling hall or whoring with women. And in fact, one of his vendettas is against the owner of the Pixie's Kitten, the local brothel in town. No, he's not one to have those sorts of vices. The only vice he has, I would say, is money and power. Once you've had a taste, it's hard to look away.
Does that mean that he's involved with someone? Maybe a love?
Titus, no, I doubt it. You see, he lost his wife to childbirth 5 years ago, and I've never seen him with another woman or even heard rumor of it. And
the child?
Of a child?
And the child, their child.
Didn't survive, I'm afraid. He's, like I said, he can be a bit of a prick, and he's a bit prickly, to say the least, but he's a straight shooter, at least when it comes to that sort of thing.
And your older girl, where is she now?
Shayless, well, she, bless her, that one, she's God's will it, she's with her mother right now, but she too has had her troubles. I'll admit she's had a few run-ins with a few individuals in town, and I haven't always been the most receptive, but he begins to sob once again.
children are willful. Just because one of them didn't turn out the way the other did doesn't mean you failed as a father.
I thank you for that. Hey, she's the only one I have left now. My only child. And he begins to kind of like hunch over and sob quietly.
I'm gonna kind of glance at Kaj and say, like, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything else left here.
No. Well, thank you for the information you've given us. If there's anything else that you can think of that might help us, please let us know.
We'll leave you in peace. Maybe talk to Hemlock, see if you can't go home.
I thank you. And promise me one thing. When you find the person that did this, see it that they receive justice, either by the sword or by the rope. Can you promise me this?
I can promise you it won't be quick.
Good. Good.
I'm going to leave. Well, oh wait, person I was going to talk to is now gone.
Sorry, there's steak now.
I'm still here.
He can hear you, but it's
I'm assuming we're both gonna leave. I'm gonna turn to Kaj and like very, very, like low under my breath say, I think we need to confront Scarnetti. Maybe not directly, but I think that there's an angle we can dig in from that end of things.
I agree, not directly, but Scarnetti needs to go down.
If we need to wait for Raptor to RB back here, but if we can, if I go in, I can distract him. You can poke around, maybe see if anything is. I can. No offense, but I think he's going to be a little more willing to talk to me than he is you. But I might be able to talk to him, see if I can't suss out anything suspicious on the implication that something happened at his wood mill to one of his employees and a local girl. And from there, maybe you can poke around and see if there's any involvement in that. And worst comes to worst, Raptor comes in with drugs. I slip a little something in his wine.
I love it.
That man was broken. I'm not going to let him. And if Scarnetti has anything to do with it at all, I'm not going to let him escape the implications of that.
I agree.
Few enough good fathers in this world as this.
Well, shall we go find Raptor and meet up with
we still
Hemlock?
have.
Or what else do we have?
Let's find Raptor. Let's go see if we can't talk to that other man, Borden Quink, I believe it was, about that 7-pointed star you found. And then we might have to go see the man at the asylum. But if he's too far out, might just have to find out what Scarnetti does. There's too many connections to him. I mean, I don't know.
Agreed.
Something just doesn't smell right.
No, Scarnetti is involved somehow, I believe.
Anyway, do we want to wait for Raptor now or find out what Raptor did during our good cop, bad cop routine, which kind of made me feel a dick?
Yeah. Let's
So-
meet up
Yeah,
with Raptor,
Tristan went off on that one.
While
yeah.
while that was going on, we're going to turn to Raptor and see what he was doing while Tristan and Kaj were talking to Ibn Thorn and Venvinder. Raptor, last we saw you were sailing the skies with Robin. From there, what did you do?
All right. So, well, all
Actually,
of that,
we're I think we'll take a quick break before we dive into that. So we'll take about 5 or so,
that sounds like a
and
plan.
then go on.
Hell yeah.
And we are back. All right, where we left off. Raptor had just ascended to the heavens, aback his raptor, Robin. And let's see where he flies off to.
All right, so this was out in the woods, right as you guys were taking off into town for that whole heart-wrenching encounter. While that was happening and tears were shed, Raptor is, shockingly enough, looking for drugs. So specifically, Raptor heard Tristan's argument for looking for hallucinogens, and first thought was, well, no, there's definitely better drugs for this to get people to spill the beans. Raptor has a faint memory, be it real or not, of a drug that is truth serum-esque, and he is looking for that kind of deal. Whether it's real or not, he doesn't know, but he's pretty damn sure it exists. And so he starts looking for that.
And I was just about to compliment you.
Even better. It's one better.
Just about to fucking compliment. Let's see how the
See, here's the thing. Raptor's done his fair share of hallucinogens, and at a glance, Tristan has not.
I'm gonna say this
Tristan's-
just because I called it the last time. I can't wait to see how this goes tits up.
Well, now that we're cursed, I'd love to see what roll I have to make.
Good luck.
Thanks, Luke.
It's going to be a nat 1, and you're going to be very confident it's the thing, but it's not going to be the thing.
And he's just gonna.
I'm gonna give it to him anyway if I'm real confident.
All right, so let's see here. So you're looking for truth serum. You have a feat that allows you to, or it might be about.
Stimulant.
You have something.
Lore.
What was it?
I have stimulant lore.
Stimulant lore. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
So something that like gets you going so fast. It's not necessarily truth serum, but I'm looking for something that just like really gets your brain going so fast that it's spitting things out before you can even comprehend what it is.
All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, you go ahead and roll a what was it? It was a
Stimulant lore.
stimulant. Yeah, let's go with stimulant lore plus disadvantage.
Plus disadvantage.
Mhm.
What the hell?
You're riding on a hawk trying to find drugs.
That
and-
I've grown
Not
up with
sure
my whole
exists
life.
or not.
Okay, first one was 22. Second one is 18. I'll take it.
And you have that feat that allows you to roll twice.
Isn't that what disadvantage is? Roll twice.
No, you just -2 from everything.
Okay, so it would have been a dirty 20 on the first one. Then.
320. Okay. All right. From the skies, it doesn't seem that you find much of anything with regard to a truth serum. However,
I like where this is going.
I don't.
you do find. Where is it? It was a dirty 20, right?
Dirty 20, yeah.
Dirtiest of 20s.
Let's see. Frick, where is it? However, you do find the intoxicating smell of a brewery coming from the center of town. The smell of the brewery smells of yeast and of fermenting hops and barley and malts. A distinctly unique smell that is both intoxicating just by its scent and alluring in its effect.
And that's from the center of town.
Kind of north end of town, but yeah, pretty close to the center.
Okay. And I'm out in the woods looking, and I smell it from town, so it's got to be good. So I am drawn towards that. As I'm flying towards that, I'm gonna be keeping an eye out on town, looking for a drug dealer. Raptor has a pretty good idea of what to look for in terms of the type of character that might be peddling illicit substances. I'm going to be keeping an eye out on my way to this set.
All right. Roll a perception check.
Uh-oh. That one, maybe.
All right. You...
I definitely see a drug dealer.
You definitely think you see a drug dealer, and he
I am
looks.
now 2 for 2.
He looks. He looks oddly like a guard.
But he's definitely a shady guard, so I'm gonna engage here.
He looks a little shady for a guard,
Oh my
but
God.
you definitely think he's a drug dealer.
Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and where is he located right now, just relative to neighboring buildings and structures?
He seems to be walking. You follow the scent to the origin of kind of the brewery smell, the hops and the malt and the wort boiling in its kettles. And you see, kind of in a distracting manner, a pair of guards, one of which seems to be an ordinary guard, the other seems to be having a bit of a shady gaunt. It seems like he has his hood up in a manner that to any other less acute eye would appear that he is just shielding himself from the coming winter's cold. To your very finely acute eye, you identify him as definitely a drug dealer.
That is perfect. I have never been more confident about anything in my life.
This is the guy who tried to stare down Tristan.
With that confidence, Raptor is going to, on Robin, approach from behind, and the goal is to swoop low with Robin from behind them, dismount off Robin, land on the shady guard, while Robin then flies forward, creating a distraction of sorts. The goal is for them to see a bird just fly right over their head and be like, what the fuck?
Roll a stealth check plus advantage.
Perfect. So that's
Wow,
just
you
plus
actually
2.
getting some advantage in this one.
That's just plus 2.
It's just straight plus 2. Plus your other modifier.
Baby. That's going to be 14 plus 13 plus 2 for 29.
Damn.
29.
29. All right. It appears that you descend upon the shoulder of this definitely shady-ass drug dealer that is posing as a guard. Shoulder, undetected.
Perfect. I am going to, because I know he's a drug dealer, and I'm super down with fair free market trade. Gonna put my hand on the back of his head or the back of his neck and do touch telepathy and say, I'm looking to buy.
Oi, did you hear that? What do you mean? You didn't hear that. I didn't. What are you going on about? We're going to lunch. Somebody said they wanted drugs. Listen to you. Listen to you. I definitely want some drugs after listening to your gallop. What are you going on about? I'm going on about someone just said that they wanted some drugs. I wish you could hear how crazy you sound right now. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. I'm telling you, I didn't hear nothing. I definitely heard something. Shut up, you limey bastard. Let's just go to lunch. We have only got like 30 minutes. Alright, fine. We'll go to lunch. But I definitely heard something. You did not. You're a lying bastard. I am not a lying bastard, you fuck. You are a lying bastard. You're just trying to get attention. I've seen this before. I am not trying to get attention. I heard a voice. Well, I didn't hear a voice. I don't know what you're talking about. I definitely heard the voice. All right, fine. You heard the voice, but you're going crazy. And they just kind of continue to walk.
Oh my god, that was beautiful. I'm gonna go ahead and take a gold piece, and because I imagine I'm perched like on his shoulder, like behind him, like the back of his shoulder here. I'm gonna take a gold piece and reach over his shoulder towards the front and just kind of drop it, so the gold piece just kind of tumbles down the front of his chest. And as I do it, I'm gonna say, "There's more where that came from. Show me what you have."
Roll a acrobatics check.
Oh, too easy. 6 plus 11. I'll take a 17.
Sorry, what was that?
17.
Wait, what the fuck is that? Oh, don't you go on about... What are you going on about now? I felt to jiggle in my tingle. What are you talking about? I said I felt the coin touch my dick. Now I know you're crazy. He ain't crazy. And he kind of reaches in his pants and he pulls out a gold coin. What are you coming on to me now? No, it was just there. What do you mean it was just there? It was in your pants, man. You should see something about. You should see someone about this. It was just there. I don't know where it came from. It just happened. I don't know. Can we just get lunch before we have to go back? I mean, I'm a simple guy, simple needs. I want some food. Can we just get some lunch, please? All right, but I'm buying.
I once again touch his neck and I say, "Oi, mate, you're making an awful big scene for a drug dealer. What in the hell's this about?"
Oh God.
Oh, what'd you say about the drug dealer? What are you going on about? I said, what are you going on about the drug dealer? Now you do sound crazy. You know what, Timothy? We're done. I'm gonna go get lunch somewhere else. You deal with your shit. I'll deal with my shit. Can't believe this. Can't believe I let you bone my sister. Bye.
Okay. Are they parting ways now?
They are parting ways.
All right. Raptor hesitates for a moment before touching his neck again, and then very slowly touches his neck, shakes his head as he says it. I'll let you bone my sister if you sell me drugs.
I don't know where this is coming from. Oh my god. What? I shouldn't have taken so many drugs last night.
Holy shit!
Oh my
I
god.
wasn't wrong.
I knew this man was shady.
Somehow you managed to fail and be right at the same time. Oh.
Oh, at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and Raptor's pretty fed up at this point because this drug dealer's being really fucking weird, but he obviously has supply. I knew it before I saw him, and he just openly admitted it. I crawl up on his shoulder. I slap him on the side of the face. Oi, mate! Where are the drugs? And
Fuck!
I
It just slaps you. Roll a reflex save.
Ooh, nat 1 once again.
Fucking slap to the ground. You are down on the ground. And roll another reflex save. He is going in to like smash you with his boot.
Oh Christ. 18.
All right, you just managed to dodge out of the coming in boot. This giant leather sole that was about to smash you, and you only just managed to get out of it. You even had to grab the edge of your wing, Indiana Jones style, to get it out from under his boot.
I grab my coin purse. Oi, mate. I have money. I'm not trying to steal them. I will pay you.
The fuck are you, you little bastard?
I run.
Scared me
I
half
take
to death.
off. I fucking run. I run as far as I can. I whistle immediately, and then I get on Robin just as quickly as possible. I'm off the scene. This drug dealer does not want my business.
All right, you.
I wish I could drink.
That is the longest subplot I've ever seen occur because of a nat 1. I love it.
That was fantastic.
All right. I need to collect myself after that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, dude, that was a big, incredible performance on the guards, Marshall. Well done.
Thank you. That was fun. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. I don't know where we left off. Where did we leave off?
I'm in the sky now.
He's trying to find us at the garrison. That's where we're at.
I cannot find drugs. Is the moral of the story. I'm gonna go back to looking for that brewery scent that I was smelling.
Fuck me.
I'm taking the L on buying drugs. That brewery scent's still there. I'm going for it.
Roll a. What was it? Stimulant lore?
Yeah.
Go and roll that.
22.
All right. You managed to find your way to what seems to be the origin of the brewery smell. In fact, it appears from the outside to be a brewery, and you read on the sign, Two Nights Brewery. It is a relatively large building in kind of the industrial area of town, made predominantly of stone, but for its wood insert windows and doors. You would suspect the reason for this is to ensure it from burning down, given, yeah, you would know this, given the proximity of burning coals and fires from within to brew the said beer.
Okay. and this scent that I'm smelling, it's definitely alcoholic in nature.
It smells like a brewery. It smells like bubbling, coldering wort, kind of beer in its preliminary infant stage before it's fermented and actually produced alcohol. But you have the aching suspicion that there's probably alcohol on the premises.
Okay. I'm gonna look for the uppermost window on this building, preferably top floor, and land on that, dismount Robin, and assess the scene.
It seems that there are kind of small nodules within the wood, within the stonework. It seems that they're placed there predominantly for ventilation, as well as several chimney stacks that emanate from the roof itself.
Is there shit coming out of the chimneys?
There's smoke coming out of the chimneys.
I go for one of the vents.
All right. So, are you trying to fly right in with Robin, or are you dismounting and then getting in?
Dismounting and getting into the vent to just assess the scene.
All right. So the vent, though too small for any normal-sized creature, is about perfect door size for you. You easily pass through the iron bar, the wooden casing and bars that act as the ventilation for small critters to, rather, you easily pass through the ventilation windows and peer over the edge of the ledge. You see a couple of workers kind of fumbling around and either pouring in malts into large kettles or moving liquid from one container to the other, or tending to the fire that is percolating and flaming underneath some of the larger kettles. These kettles, to your eye, are absolutely massive, the size of 10 standy claws.
Perfect.
Jesus Christ.
Perfect. I'm gonna look around and see if I can identify the absolute most potent of shit. Like specifically for whatever might be like the most distilled, most concentrated level of alcohol that is prior to then being flavored and created into a drinkable beverage.
Roll a... I keep on forgetting your lore. What was that lore?
Stimulant.
Stimulant lore. Roll a stimulant lore.
So glad I've gotten to roll this so many times today. 25.
25. You identify one corner as being not only a area for the production of beer and beer-like substances, but also a production of higher alcohol content beverages.
my god.
You see in one corner a large still, which is actively bubbling in a above a bed of hot coals, a copper tank suspended over a steel grate, which above it has a elongated series of copper-plated tubes that wind and wind and wind to eventually bend over to one side and kind of go down to at about a 45-degree angle to a lower point of elevation. You see drip, 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 a clear liquid emanating from the copper still, which you assert as being a consumable of higher alcohol content than any other beverage in the building.
All right. How many people are in this room?
It appears that there is one person. Excuse me. It appears that there is one person that is kind of overseeing and kind of giving direction to a plethora of other workers. The elderly man. Sorry. The elderly man, about 65 or 70 in age, long brown hair that's kind of beginning to gray. It seems that he has more wrinkles than he does gray in his frown. And these permanent crow's feet that emanate from either eye. You see this man giving direction and to a series of workers, about half a dozen in total.
Okay. And is this liquid, I'm sorry if I missed it, dripping into a container of sorts, or is there a container of this potent shit?
It seems to be dripping into a glass container, about 5 gallons in volume. The glass container is about half full.
Okay. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and at this point, I think timeline-wise, we've about caught up to Tristan and Kaj.
I'd probably say
Is
so.
that fair? Okay.
That's probably fair.
So I'm going to go ahead and whistle to Robin. And I'm going to tell Robin, bring Kaj and Tristan here now. And have her take off to the skies.
All right.
And while that's happening, I'm going to go ahead, right after she takes off, I am going to cast Mad Monkeys.
Oh.
So Mad Monkeys, magical monkey spirits, fill the area as they pile and climb on top of one another. Because the monkeys are magical spirits, they can't be attacked or hurt. Choose the kind of mischief your monkeys make when you cast the spell. I am going to choose Flagrant Burglary. The monkeys try to steal any one item from one creature in the area. Use your spell DC 10 as the monkey's thievery modifier. Their attempt relies more on distraction than subtlety, so the victim knows what item the monkeys were trying to take and whether it was taken. Getting a stolen item from the monkeys, even for the caster, requires stealing it from them or disarming them using your spell DC. When the spell ends, any stolen items fall to the ground in any square of the spell's area you choose. So, I want the Mad Monkeys, to grab this 5-gallon fucking thing and just carry it out the front door.
Does it Okay.
There is a lot of margin for error here. This will not go well.
God help us all.
Let me just check something real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, does it say how many monkeys it summons?
Magical monkey spirits fill the area as they pile and climb on top of one another.
What's the area of effect?
It's range 30 feet, area 5-foot burst. So I imagine they just burst out of a 5-foot bubble.
Oh, okay. So that would mean that you have a range of 30 foot from, and then you have like a series of monkeys that fill up about a 5-foot range. So they have to stay within like that 5 foot. So just kind of think of it as like a creature, or more like a swarm of monkeys that are going to be grabbing the collection vessel and then trying to steal that away. So more
Okay,
than
so they, however many monkeys it is, they stay in a 5-foot area and they just go grab the vessel and fuck off out the door.
that's how I understand it to be.
Okay, that's fair. Their attempt does rely more on distraction than subtlety.
I mean, to be fair, anyone that's like sees magical monkeys that just appear out of nowhere and then fuck off with a 5-gallon vessel, they're like,
I would not intervene. If I was working my fucking hourly shift, getting paid fucking slave labor, and a bunch of fucking spirit monkeys showed up and stole some shit, I sure as shit wouldn't do anything.
I'd also kind of just be all like, man, this is not fucking worth it.
so roll a. Okay, let's do this. Let's just say that the vessel is about 30 foot away. I think it's probably more, but let's say it's 30 foot away.
From where I am?
From where your present location, yeah.
Okay, then I will cast it at the site of the vessel.
All right. So you, after like a moment of meditation and transfixing your third metaphorical eye on the plane of monkeys, you summon to your plane a herd of monkeys.
Cannot believe this is actually a thing.
A herd of monkeys that assimilate themselves 5 feet from the 5-gallon vessel, which contains the high grain alcohol being produced. Let's have you roll a thievery check for the monkeys.
Okay, so it says use your spell DC-10 as the monkey's thievery modifier. What does that mean?
So your... Let me bring up your stats.
Attention, everyone. Attention.
So your... wait. So your spell attack roll is 7, so it's going to be... oh no, it's 10. So it's going to be 10... dash 10?
Your spell DC-10.
Dash 10 or minus 10?
It's spell DC space dash space 10.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that spell?
Mad monkeys.
Let me just check this real quick. DC. Okay, so it's going to be your spell DC minus 10. So go ahead and roll a
Oh,
d20.
so no bonus. Just
Well,
a
it's going to
raw
be
D20 here.
it's going to be a d20. It's going to be
Oh, spell DC is 20. Okay.
your spell.
My spell DC is 20.
A
My spell
DC.
attack roll is 10. So, okay, so it's a plus 10 modifier then to the roll.
Perception.
Because 20 minus 10. Oh, baby. That is a 15 on the dice plus 10. We're looking at a 25 for the Mad Monkeys. Let's see that moves, baby.
All right. So the horde of tiny little monkeys. These are like capuchin-sized monkeys. It's more of like a wave of monkeys, really. Grab this 5-gallon container, which is about half full, and begin to scurry off towards the front door. The half dozen workers that are just minding their own business, filling the tanks and ensuring that fermentation continues as scheduled. Look at the display occurring in front of them and are just somewhat bewildered. What you presume to be the foreman or owner of the brewery kind of takes a couple steps back, and he too seems like bewildered by the very sight of these monkeys just grabbing this container and running off with it. So much so where they don't even intervene. They are just... It is just a matter of the fuck am I looking at right now kind of face that they have on, and they don't intervene in the slightest, and the horde of monkeys scant off through the front door into the street of Sandpoint. And at this point, we're going to pause that for a moment and go to Kaj and Tristan. At this point, as you guys, I presume that you guys are exiting the garrison?
Yeah. What do you think that dude was doing talking about drugs? Like, I thought they were just going
That
to...
guard was on one.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, apparently.
You're muted, Garrett.
I guess these guards at Sandpoint aren't so clean.
I guess so. Do we need to talk to Sheriff Hemlock about it?
Oh, you guys didn't hear that.
Oh.
You guys were still at the garrison at that point.
Okay.
So you guys
all
didn't
right.
hear any of that in exchange.
Shit, that would have made a good banter. Oh well.
I like to think that guard was just muttering to himself the rest of his walk home.
Probably was.
Anyway, so what do you think Raptor went off to? It couldn't have taken him that long to go scavenging for drugs.
He went searching for drugs. He was probably high already.
I mean, this is Raptor we're talking about. He's a good little fellow, but he's got the attention span of a weasel.
As you were openly pondering, Robin flies and swoops down onto Kaj's shoulder, and in a very Lord of the Rings Thresher kind of moment, mutters into Kaj's ear, "Raptor's trying to get high. He's at the brewery. You should probably check on him. He is a little crazy right now."
What's
Well,
say?
Tristan, Robin's at the Raptors at the brewery.
What
Apparently,
brewery?
you're
There's like
trying to get high and
There's like 3 of
and
them.
acting crazy.
in this location alone.
Hey, Robin, which one?
Follow me. And he kind of flies and flaps in a manner where you can keep pace with this flying creature.
Are we following the bird?
Let's follow the bird.
I guess we're following the bird.
Gotta find Raptor.
Follow the bird.
All right, so you make your way to the kind of the center point of town, more the industrial area of town. in front of the Two Nights Brewery. You've kind of heard people talk about this brewery as being the location for a lot of the best brews in town that are served among the taverns in town. And in fact, you recall that you have even tasted some of their brews and found them quite to your delight. And as Robin flies in front of you, you enter, come within about 20 yards of the front door. You see this mangle of ethereal monkeys that are bringing forth a 5-gallon container about half full of a clear liquid that is kind of frothing and bubbling as it's being moved about. And yeah, that's where we are.
Well, I guess we know what Raptor was up to.
I back out from my little window perch, my vent perch. Do I see Tristan and Kaj approaching?
You do.
Perfect. Can I jump down onto Kaj's shoulder?
Roll a acrobatics check.
Oh, big money. 16 plus 27 total.
All right. You jump down from the vent and do a couple of flips before you land gracefully on Kaj's shoulder.
At this point, I'm not very surprised by his fucking antics.
Raptor, what have you gotten into?
I don't bother with touch telepathy because I need Tristan to hear this as well. Take it from the monkeys. Quick, grab it from them before they take it. Throw a blanket over it. We got to get out of here. Quick, grab it and let's go.
Wait, have we seen the monkeys at this point?
Are
You-
there
you
people
do-
staring and whatnot?
You do see the monkeys. They're about 10 feet in front of the front door. And yes, people are staring. They're looking at you, and they're looking at the monkeys, and they're looking at the 5-gallon container half full. And and they all have the same expression. The fuck am I looking at?
Tristan, realizing that Raptor is back up on his bullshit, but realizing that time is of the essence, draws his sword, wades into the group of monkeys, snatches up the gallon container, and just picks it up and is like, I'm going to take this to the garrison, and we're going to hold it until we can figure out whatever buggery is going on here, and then walks off.
Now, Tristan, as you do that, here's the catch to Mad Monkeys. Getting a stolen item from the monkeys, even for the caster, requires stealing it from them or disarming them using your spell DC. So you have to challenge these monkeys in order to grab this.
Why do you think I drew the sword? I am disarming the shit out of these monkeys.
Do these
All
look
right.
like normal monkeys? Is he just murdering a bunch of normal ass monkeys?
No, they're invincible. They
But do they
cannot
look-
be damaged.
Do I have to
Do they?
disarm?
What do they look? Does it look like he's just trying to murder some monkeys right now?
Right now, those monkeys look pretty normal, but maybe with a little bit of a glow around them.
It's still fucked up, dude.
Yeah, at this point, Tristan's not exactly going in to like kill the monkeys, but he's like, all right, if I gotta like cut my way out of this, I gotta cut my way out of it. Right,
All right,
now,
so-
he's literally just waded in, grabbed the tankard, and is trying to fucking wrench it away from him.
So, Tristan, roll a thievery check. Because this is going to go well.
You're not gonna believe what happens.
What, nat 20?
I just
Nat
rolled
20.
nat
Yes!
Oh my gosh.
Dude, he did it!
straight up, like just straight up.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Awesome.
And then DC was 20. What was the total on that?
Okay, so it's and then thievery. I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any points in it. No, I just have a
Zip?
no. But like my deck, it says 0, but like a dex modifier of 2.
All right. You know what? I'm going to allow it because it's funnier that way. So you rush up to this gaggle of monkeys and grab from their hands this half-gallon container, and you see kind of this sadness and bewilderment from these creatures as they go and they
Don't you give me that shit. This doesn't belong to you anyway.
and they now are facing their fangs in front of you and are actively going after you now. They are on your heels. Are you moving?
So it
Yeah,
does
I'm
have a
moving.
duration
Alright.
of 1 minute. So how much time has elapsed since I cast this?
About 30 seconds.
Okay. Run, Tristan, run!
Tristan is honest to God, like running and just like, in 26 years, this is the strangest fucking thing I've ever done.
Roll a athletics check.
That is a 22.
All right. So it seems that you are outpacing the cacophora of monkeys that are behind you. You are increasing the gap further and further as you get closer and closer to the garrison. So much so where by the time you make it to the garrison, you can kind of see the gaggle and the horde of monkeys kind of evaporate into the ether about 5 feet in front of you as they're kind of like lunging at you, teeth drawn. You're like, fuck you, monkeys.
I can't believe this worked.
Is Tristan
I
still
cannot
like
believe it.
running with this 5-gallon thing, just sword in one hand, 5-gallon shit ton of booze in the other?
Yeah, you are in the middle of the garrison courtyard at the moment, and you have about a dozen guards looking at you, say, with the face on them, all of them with the face of, what is going on right now? And about half a dozen of them
Tristan is-
with their spears pointed in your direction, actively pointed in your direction.
Tristan's gonna put down the still and just turn to the ones with the spears with like this deadpan, like, I'm so sick and tired, like, I'm so done with this, I hate Mondays look on his face, and just say,
You know,
put the toothpicks up. I am not in the mood for this.
Roll a diplomacy check.
While this is happening,
Damn, okay. That's a dirty 19.
All right. The guards kind of like look at each other in a what is going on kind of face, and the one guard says, "Well, Hemlock said that they were deputies now, so we should probably
Look, I
listen to him."
look. I don't have time to explain right now, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of everything that's going on right now. I know you boys are scared, and you're wondering what the hell is going on. And listen, we'll make everything clear as soon as possible. I'm barely aware of what's going on right now because I sort of got thrown into the middle of things. It was a simple investigation. Now apparently this bloody monkey's chasing after me. And now I'm here, and now they've disappeared, and I have no clue what's going on. I really don't want to, and frankly, I could probably fight my way through all of you with one hand tied around my cock. So, I really don't want to get into any more sticky situations than I have already done. So if I can just figure out what the hell's going on here, and then address this later, you'd be doing me a great favor, all right?
I think we should probably listen to him.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, sheriff did say that they were deputies now, so we should probably listen to him. Yeah, good point. Okay. So agreed. We're not gonna arrest them.
You need to go. You need to work
At least
on
not for
holding
now.
your pipes, by the way.
Thanks, mate.
Justin just slams his sword back into the scabbard.
And they raise their spears kind of still kind of keeping them handy, but
Mhm.
in a, I guess this is my day kind of feel, kind of look on their face.
Tristan picks up the pot with a very similar look on his face, then turns to Kaj and Raptor and is like, "What in the hell is going on? And what in the hell is this?"
Go home. Take it home. We're going home now.
Nope. You're gonna tell me exactly what the hell's going on here, Raptor.
I will do that when we're not surrounded by guards. Let's go
Raptor,
home.
Raptor. I just outran a horde of monkeys.
Tristan, you have no idea what you're holding, and I will gladly take it from you and deliver it to your home if you do not just trust me for one fucking time.
You want to take this from me, do you?
I jump off of Kaj's shoulder and I turn into a gorilla. Unfortunately, Tristan has left Raptor with no choice. I've worked really hard on acquiring this. I'm making sure it gets home safe. Tristan doesn't want to play ball. Raptor will play ball.
Tristan is going to put down the gallon and pull his sword out like, "Oh, you want to play that game, do you? Let's play."
I just grab the thing and I take off towards our home.
Nope. Tristan is swinging.
Okay. Let's back up.
You want this? You gotta get through.
Let's.
Fucker.
All right.
You might have worked hard to get it. I had to run away from monkeys.
From Kaj's
Didn't
shoulder, a pixel of a creature jumps forth and erupts from that mass, a massive silverback alpha gorilla, which is staring Tristan down in the face. Tristan, you still have one hand on your sword, the other hand on the 5-gallon container. It seems that you two are staring each other face to face, down to down, alpha to alpha. What do you do?
I have two options here. First things first, I'm gonna look Raptor in the eye and be like, "Knock this shit off. I'll fucking drop it." And I kind of tilt it like I'm not fucking around.
I cut out there for a second. Say that again. What'd you say to Raptor?
"If you don't knock this shit off, I'll fucking drop it." And I tilt it forward, not quite spelling it out, but like, I'll fucking spike this into the ground.
I reach out an arm, non-threateningly, just very slowly, to touch Tristan's shoulder so that I can do touch telepathy here, because I know he doesn't understand gorilla speak. And
Tristan barely is understanding what's going on now.
Very slowly, hand on the shoulder, I say, Garrett, I think I'm echoing math through your headset right now. Sorry. There we go. Okay. And I say, Tristan, please trust me this one time. We need to get this back to our home.
I trust you about as far. I'm speaking very lowly to the gorilla. I trust you about as far as I could throw you in this form. What the hell is going on?
All right. Tristan seems to be wanting to make a scene in this public environment. So Raptor
is just trying to find out what's happening, okay?
Raptor has offered him multiple times to explain upon arrival. However, since that seems to not be the case, hand on the shoulder is immediately going to turn into hand on the side of the head, other hand grabbing the thing and throwing him sideways and taking off with the thing.
Oh, hell no.
All right. Raptor, roll a athletics check. Tristan, roll a reflex save.
As this happens, regardless of outcome, Raptor says, I'm sorry, Tristan. Trust me next time.
You're gonna be sorry.
That's a 20. Did you say athletics?
Athletics.
22.
Oh, you're fucked. Thank you, Jesus. 25.
All right. So as Raptor tries to manhandle Tristan's head into the ground, Tristan.
Wait, hold on. I have a bonus for being a gorilla. Let me pull this up.
All right, let's see how it goes.
I would argue
form.
that it's already canon, but
he is in gorilla form.
Yeah, he is in gorilla form.
Athletics modifier of +9, so that would become 24.
24 V. Tristan, what'd you get?
25.
25. All right. So Raptor tries to manhandle Tristan's head into the ground, into the very soil of the open courtyard.
Violently. I'm just trying to push him away.
Yeah. But Tristan, being so combat ready, maneuvers around the palm and manages to slink his way outside the grasp of Raptor, dodging his attack, continuing to grasp his sword as well as the 5-gallon container.
Okay. 5-gallon container's kind of going back, sword's going in front, and I'm going to like look at the guards and be all like, "Pikes out."
The guards kind of ready their pikes, unsure what to do right now, but they are all pointing their pikes at the active giant silverback gorilla that is in front of them.
Fuck yes.
More so than Tristan, although they're kind of all somewhat half circling both Tristan and Raptor, but it seems like most of the points of the spearheads are pointed at Raptor more so than Tristan.
Raptor just starts gorilla screeching. What he's saying is completely incomprehensible to Tristan. Maybe Kaj can pick up on it through gorilla speak. Of fucking A. Look what you've done now. You fucking made this into a bigger deal than it had to be, and now we're all fucked.
I made this a bigger deal than it needed to be. I'm not the one who's a freaking gorilla.
All you hear, Tristan, is fucking...
Oh no, I'm legitimately saying this to you.
Yeah, what happens?
As you throw back and pound on your chest in gorilla speak and kind of in gorilla taunt, screaming to the heavens in gorilla speak, you hear another shout emanating from the main building of the courtyard. What the hell is going on in my garrison? And you hear from the primary building of the garrison, Sheriff Hemlock, red-faced and beating in ferocity, looking down upon Tristan, who he obviously recognizes, as well as the silverback gorilla in front of him. Kaj to the side, he asks again, "What is happening in my garrison?"
By Amadeus tits, man, I have no idea what the hell is happening. All of a sudden, listen, we got noticed to go meet one of our companions. Companion wasn't there. There was a bunch of monkeys. For some reason, they wanted this. Now, all of a sudden, there's a giant gorilla in the middle of the yard.
Roll diplomacy check.
While this is happening, Raptor's taking the fuck off. He sees this. He's still a gorilla. He doesn't like it. He's taken off.
In gorilla form?
Yeah, 24. So in gorilla form, Raptor is looking for whatever the best opening around the guards might be. You said half circle earlier. Whatever's not guarded takes off that way, jumps up onto a building, and then we'll turn back into Raptor form, get on Robin, and take to the sky and just fuck off.
Roll a acrobatics check.
With No bonus on that, so it's mine, which is 11. That's 21.
All right. So as Tristan tries to explain the situation in front of Sheriff Hemlock, Raptor in gorilla form leaps from the half circle of guards which surrounds both Tristan and Raptor in the direction of one of the side walls. Tristan, you have an attack of opportunity should you choose it.
Wait, is he coming at me?
He's coming within 5 feet of you.
I'm going to move.
All right. So you
Get the fuck out of the way. That's a charging gorilla. I'm not.
And on my way out, I yell.
Wait. Can I like long jump out of the way?
Is that a one action?
Yeah. And it doesn't require me to like actually like start up, but it just means that I'm gonna be
sure.
Able to
Why not?
off. Yeah. I'm going to long jump 30 feet out of the way.
All right.
Or as far away from the whole thing as possible. I am getting the fuck away from that gorilla.
On my way out, I once again screech in gorilla, but this time specifically to Kaj, and I say, make sure that shit gets home safe. And I'm off the scene.
All right. So,
Raptor, you're so dead when we get home.
Raptor, you bolt away from the half circle of guards in the direction of Tristan. Tristan long jumps 30 feet out of the vicinity of your departure. Raptor, you manage to cling your way onto the stone walls of the outer wall of the garrison and fling yourself over its precipice, over the side and onto the other side of the garrison.
As soon as I'm out of sight of the large group there, I'm turning back into normal form, getting on Robin and taking to the sky. I'm trying to do this in a manner to which people are like, did that gorilla just turn into a bird?
All right, I'll allow it without rolling because you've done it a bunch of times. So you, in a spring, this gorilla form springs over the wall and begins its descent down the wall, down the 20-foot wall, and about halfway through it, in a spurt of sparks and glitter, it springs into a fistful size of light and drops itself on top of a soaring creature that flies off into the sky, nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, you saw the gorilla go over the edge and then maybe a light or a glitter, and then what you assume to be Raven flying off in the distance. Meanwhile, as you're looking at this, Robin flying off in the distance. Meanwhile, while you're seeing this, Sheriff Hemlock is
diplomacy check. By the way,
Sheriff Hemlock is making his way in your direction. Sword, left hand on his sword handle, or right hand on his sword handle, in a gesture of what is going on here, and he erupts in a volcanic display of anger and frustration. What is going on in my garrison? I say this once more!
Hemlock, if I had the answer, don't you think I would have told you by now? Tristan is like at the point where he's like, look, dude, you think if I knew, I wouldn't tell you? I don't know what's going on.
Roll diplomacy.
Again?
What was it before?
24.
What did I have you? I've already lost track. What did I have you roll for it before? What was the
I
last one?
think you had me roll for this situation, but if he's just going to come at me
Twen-
again.
24 is fine.
Okay.
What are you looking at? And he looks at is Garrison and is back to your guard work. And he is. This is probably the most infuriated and volcanic state you've ever seen Sheriff Hemlock. He's usually a pretty stern but forceful character. He kind of has this forceful presence among him, just given his station, given his rank. But he is now infatuated and infuriated by the very display that he's seen. And he points at both Kaj and Tristan. Both of you in my office now!
We don't have time for this, Hemlock. We have another lead.
What are you talking about?
Towards that situation you had us deputized for, we have another lead. We need to look into it. We'll figure this one out when we finish tracking it down. But I think, especially if somebody is involved, we need to go and what's the word? And time is of the essence. You have my word. I will figure this out, and I will certainly punish the one we both probably know is up to this nonsense.
And he grabs you by the nape of your neck and draws you close, kind of eye to eye. I swear, if that's your little friend,
I'll pin him to a stair post myself.
you see to it, or I'll see him hang by a tiny little noose. I don't need this in my town, especially not now. Do you understand me?
Tristan is like biting the back of his tongue because now he's thinking of a tiny little noose with the raptor hanging from it, but manages to just kind of be like, just kind of nod stoically.
Leave the jug. Seek who is doing the murders.
Do you think I was
Duck
trying
home.
to do?
No.
Please.
And be on your way before you make a bigger scene. Do you understand me?
I don't think I'm the one making a scene right now, Sharon.
He kind of takes a breath. Looks at his guards that are about almost all of them are looking his way and looking at kind of the display that just occurred. And he kind of begins to collect himself. Removes his hand from the nape of your neck.
I'll come back and I'll teach them tactics for whatever ruckus has happened.
And he kind of points his hand at you in particular, Tristan, knowing he points his hand at you in particular, Tristan, being the person most in front of him. I've known you to be an honorable group, but you're wearing things a bit thin. We're already at a breaking point right now.
And we don't need an extra sparks setting off the powder keg.
Agreed. Go on.
One moment.
Do what I've tasked.
I'm gonna turn and like sniff the jug and see if I can tell it's booze.
You kind of take a half sniff and you immediately recognize it as hard alcohol.
Okay, I immediately know why this. Yeah, okay, this all makes sense now.
Leave the jug.
We kind of need the jug.
Deal with your compatriot
Mm-hmm.
I expect answers
Mm-hmm.
soon.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand me?
Tristan just sets the jug down and just goes, "Yep," and then walks off.
So Kaj is kind of like watching all this unfold. Do you do anything?
No, please grab the jug, bro. Grab the jug.
Bro,
Tristan
you
is
work
going to
so
look
hard.
Tristan is going to look at Kaj and be all like, and is going to like lean close and be like, "I'm going to kill him.
All right.
I'm going to smear him against the window and make a very red splotch against it. I'm going to murder
Let's not
little
get too
fucker."
You're muted.
Mike.
Just leave
So,
it at this point.
as Tristan walks away from Sheriff Hemlock, he kind of lowers his hand in a gesture to the other guards. Go back to your business. Nothing to see here. To which they all promptly go back to their business, but kind of keep half an eye on Tristan and Kaj as they presumably exit the courtyard, leaving the jug behind. Unless you do
What are they doing with the jug? Where is it going?
It's right next to Sheriff Hemlock right now. They haven't the guards have not done anything with it yet. Sheriff Hemlock is stewing a little bit about 5 foot from the jug.
Okay.
Now is your perfect time to chime in. You can play good cop.
I can't justify that was taking booze.
Yeah, you can. It's
How?
for the mission. I don't know.
What mission?
You're a cat person. Make some shit up.
No. I'm sorry. No. I'm just gonna head back with Tristan. Try to prevent him from murdering fucking Raptor.
No, Tristan is like, sword's not away. Tristan is blandly walking down the street, sword out, like, I'm getting back to that house and I'm going to break this pommel onto Raptor as many times as it takes to turn him into a paste.
I'm gonna put my hand on Tristan's shoulder and stop him from moving.
Nope. He's gone too far this time. I've tolerated all sorts of tomfoolery since he came here. This is pain. Lots of pain.
Tristan, I'm warning you. Don't do this.
Kaj, I'm warning you, don't get in my way.
Fair enough. I'm gonna stop and let him go a little bit past. And as soon as he's like just at eyesight, I'm gonna take a different route and sprint past him. Trying to get to the house before him.
Tristan, roll a perception check with disadvantage. Kaj, roll a athletics check.
Well, I would have had an 18 plus 8, so I would have had a 26 maths. But instead, I rolled a 16.
16? Okay.
Yeah, 11.
17 because it was a 9 plus 8. So the D&D, the dice gods hate me today, or they really want Raptor to live.
So Tristan, you got a 16?
I got a 17.
17 perception. And Kaj, what was your athletics?
11.
All right. So in the corner of your eye, Tristan, you see Kaj bolt, not in the direct direction of the townhouse, but in an alternate direction. Full tilt, 100% sprint.
I'm booking it too.
Roll a athletics check.
26.
You, after about 20 seconds, manage to catch up to Kaj and are on his heels.
Dang, got that cardio in.
I'm telling you, I don't want to fight, but I will. We're not attacking a member of our own.
What is he saying this to me?
I'm sprinting as I'm yelling as I'm sprinting.
What are you yelling?
I don't want to fight, but I will. We're not fighting one of the party.
Really? He has no qualms about throwing us under the bus or ruining what we built here.
You didn't have to go in there to get that jug. You made that as big of a scene as he did. Almost. Not quite.
Really? I summoned an entire horde of monkeys?
No, but we could have played it off, but you had to get involved.
What else are we supposed to do, Kaj? Keep the peace. That means keeping the peace.
Who gives a shit about some loud monkeys? That's not keep the peace. Are we still doing this spreading?
So,
I'm loving it. Keep going. I love this shit.
right now, I'm assuming
That's wrong.
I'm assuming that Tristan. So Tristan caught up to Kaj, and I assume that once you make it to Kaj, you're keeping pace with Kaj at this point as you're communicating.
Yeah, I mean,
fair?
Raptor's like
Unless you want to do something else.
Tristan's tolerance for Raptor has just like negated. It's like non-existent at this point. But he also knows Kaj is somewhat level-headed, and he also knows that, there's a part of him that is like, yeah, utterly destroying the tiny pixie that is Raptor would probably be bad for group morale. But he made me look like such a horse's ass in front of people whose respect not only I commanded, but have to command as a knight who is probably going to be tasked with leading these men into battle at some point in the future, however long we stay in Sandpoint, and Hemlock, who Tristan does have a lot of respect for. So he's at, that rational part of him. He's like, probably had a reason for it. This is also how Raptor is. He's still my friend. Is overridden by he made me look like a complete and fucking utter idiot and made me go about 3 steps back when I had already taken like 1 step forward. He's going to die.
So
it's like, this is a weird feeling I have. Friendship with an unlikely creature. Unfortunately, it's overcome by all this rage.
So right now you are literally on the heels of Kaj right now, and
Tristan's basically keeping pace with Kaj, just
trying to hear him out. You're just keeping pace. Okay.
Yeah, trying to hear him out, like trying to make sure Kaj doesn't get ahead, but hearing him out, like you're have my attention.
You're definitely keeping pace with Kaj. It seems like Kaj is struggling a little bit. Maybe that filleted cheekbone, cheek flesh is slowing him down a little bit right now.
Nice.
But he seems a little bit slower than usual. You're able to easily keep pace with him while holding a conversation as you're presumably making your way to the townhouse. And go.
You will have wait, what were we arguing about?
Listen, he does this. He makes a scene, but when he starts doing that, we have to stay out of it so we don't get roped in like this. Also, there's a better way. There's a better way to get him to stop doing this bullshit than us threatening violence. We've been doing that the whole time. It doesn't work.
You get 45 seconds to negotiate with him when we get to the house. 45 seconds.
Me. That'll be perfect. Counting. All right, I'm gonna stop writing because I'm out of breath.
Okay.
Tristan just straight up runs to the townhouse and kicks doesn't kick the door in, but like shoulders the door in, like, how the fuck is that pixie?
All right. I think that is where we're going to take a quick break.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna
not end.
No, like not an end. This is too good. No. This is too good.
Yes. Yes.
No, we can't
definitely. We're just gonna take a quick break.
Yep.
And we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Everybody grab your candies, take a pee break, do what you got to do.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, this episode
That's some good shit.
Fucking insane.
And we are back.
Pixie!
All right, so it looks like the Tristan and Kaj are on top of each other as they are making their way back to the Sandpoint townhouse, for which Raptor presumably is already in residence. No?
No,
Raptor,
no.
What are you doing?
Raptor is...
What are you doing, Raptor?
Well aware of the scene that he's caused. Raptor's goal is to... I'm posting up on a neighboring building that has a vantage point of the front door of the house.
Okay.
I'm waiting to see what happens with Tristan and Kaj, and eagerly awaiting to see that fucking big ass jug booze.
All right, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
That's good. That is 16 plus 13. 29.
All right, and Kaj and Tristan, what are you doing at this moment?
In the house, are there any jars that look identical to the one that we try to steal?
There are not. As
Okay,
you
not a
look
common
through
one.
the house, you find a couple of empty 1-ounce vials that are predominantly used for potion making. However, you do not find a 5-gallon glass container that would feasibly exchange with the container grabbed by Raptor.
Okay.
And neither of you see a raptor as he is perched upon a neighboring building as you enter the residence.
Well, I don't know where he went. Tristan, any ideas?
I just want to go lay it.
Why don't you cool off? Let's let this kind of mull over a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Join me for a drink.
God, I need several right now, Kosh.
I'm gonna go find some booze that we have stashed somewhere and drink it.
Yeah, that raptor hasn't drank yet.
All right, you kind of mungle through a chest, kind of covered in a little bit of dust, a little bit of who knows what else, and you find a bottle of spirits, darkened, malty, and sweet in its disposition.
Hell
Bucket is
yeah!
alcohol.
Cheers.
Cheers. I guess we're pouring this into glasses.
Yeah, sure. So, both of you roll a fortitude save.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay.
Is it the goddamn norovirus?
We're good. I got a dirty 20. Well, I'm good.
You said
Not if it's
a fortitude save, or
Fortitude save.
and that is 19.
All right, neither of you seem to feel any effect whatsoever from the intoxicant which you just consumed.
That's been sitting there for a while, hasn't it?
Apparently,
Good.
still alcoholic though.
Anyway, Raptor, I understand his need and I understand his importance to the group, but when we're out on on the road, that's one thing. But in town,
Yes, we definitely need to have a talk to him about how and why to blend in to society. I think we also need to kind of make it beneficial for him. Like, I'd be happy to go searching for stimulants on our next venture through the woods. That's something I'd be pretty good at.
well, I'm
So I
worried
could offer
about him.
that.
I mean, he's a little sprite. I mean, he can't exactly fend for himself if he finds himself in a bigger situation of trouble. I mean,
Oh,
had Hemlock.
I think he can defend for himself.
I mean, sure, but had Hemlock seen him and knew it was him, he would have been under his boot.
He would have gotten away at the very least. I think that we underestimate him. Well, should we go walk about the town, look for him, continue the investigation? What do you say?
Well, if I know Raptor as well as I think as half as well as I think I do, I think I know where he's gonna go next.
What, the barracks?
Mm-hmm. Do you really
I sure
think
hope
that
not.
he is going to expose himself to the point where he turns into a bloody gorilla and goes toe to toe with me and not try to get the boots back? Or what?
You have a point.
Yes. Like, I think if we're going to find him, we're probably going to start heading back in that direction.
Okay. Yeah, we can check out any vantage points of the barracks. He's probably scoping it out if that's his plan.
I down another shot of whatever alcohol we just drank.
Roll
So-
a fortitude save.
Oh, sweet. That's a 29.
No effect.
Sweet.
From my perch that I've been on, I saw Tristan and Kaj going back into the house, right?
You saw them, yes, enter the dwelling.
Okay, so I know that they did not bring the 5-gallon bucket.
Doesn't appear that they did.
Cool. Raptor is just sitting tight on that vantage point, waiting for the lights to go out in the house, or for any other thing to happen.
So at this point, it is about late afternoon going into the evening. And sun's kind of... it's on its descent, but it doesn't look like it's the evening yet.
Well, we left to go look for Raptor.
Oh, okay. Then you, Raptor, you notice Kaj and Tristan exiting the dwelling.
I'm gonna go ahead and, from rooftops as best as I can, just follow them and see where they're going while remaining out of sight.
All right, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Nice. 15, 13, 28.
28.
Yep.
All right, it appears that neither of them have detected your presence. Tristan, Kaj, what are you doing?
Just looking around for Raptor, seeing if I can't find, a glint of him.
All right, roll a perception check.
That's a 15.
Don't seem to notice any presence or hint of Raptor.
Well, let's go look for him over at the guard tower. The barracks.
All right, so you make your way to the barracks.
Yeah,
All right,
just outside of it, looking for Raptor.
Kaj, make a perception check. The reason you guys didn't see him before is because that was passive perception. So you guys are actively perceiving him. There's a difference.
And that's 27.
Dang, finally.
Against Raptor, that was 26.
It was 28.
Ah,
28.
Yep.
26 for you, 28. Did I get that right?
I had 27, he had 28.
All right. Kaj, you still don't see him.
I'm tell Puma to start sniffing. I don't think I have anything. Yeah, I don't have anything of his on me, but maybe Puma already knows the scent. It's probably a weird scent.
I'll allow it. Go ahead and roll a
Probably
perception
smells
check.
booze, stimulants, and
Yeah, is Puma a drug cat?
Oh, wait a second. +2, because I would have marked you as my hunted prey, so it would be 29 if I can retroactively.
You can't
Yeah,
do it.
because I'm looking
Would
for
you
you.
have-
I'm looking for you. I'm tracking you down.
Gotta-
Mark as prey though.
You gotta do it
You announce that you're
actively,
doing it.
not retroactively.
Yeah,
I'm not
okay,
gonna
fine.
allow it.
All right. Well, now I'm activating this prey, which counts for Puma. Nerd.
I'll allow that.
Still bad roll.
Puma's not great at that sort of thing anyway.
Yeah, 22, 24. But it's using scent, which has a 30-foot radius, if that makes a difference.
Not against the 28.
24?
My man.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't seem that Puma knows where Raptor is either.
Sure, Mark, you guys my prey, you son of a bitch.
Good, huh?
I'm going to look over at Kosh and say, well, I guess we might as well check the barracks and see if that booze was confiscated or not. More likely than not, they spiked it and let it go into the ground, but, you know, it's worth a checking.
That sounds good to me.
All right, so you make your way towards the barracks. You said?
The garrison or wherever the hell we ended up with the fucking booze.
All right. So you make your way to the garrison, and one of the guards promptly comes up to you and says, "Right. Well, what do y'all want?"
What do you think we're here for, boy?
I'm under orders of the sheriff. I want to make sure that everything right goes through this garrison.
Gosh. Tristan takes like a step back because he's all like, I really don't want to punch my way through any situations right now.
Yeah. We're looking into the murder. We wanted to take a look at the murder weapon. It should be stored here, yes?
Roll deception.
Hell yeah, Kosh.
Marking
Oh my
this
gosh.
little bitch boy as my prey.
Come on, Kosh.
What, the guard?
Yeah, everyone's my prey, dude. You just gotta announce it, and you get +2.
You can have multiple praise?
No, it switches every time I announce it.
And we're not really looking for you at the moment because we can't fucking find you.
Oh,
so.
but
Perfect.
it probably don't matter because I rolled a 2 on top of that's 13.
Well, I don't know anything about that. We'll have to double check with the sheriff, make sure if everything's square before I let you through.
You not hear that
yeah.
we were deputized?
Yeah, I heard you're deputized, but I also heard that you had a scrape with a gorilla around here.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter to us. Go ahead and check with the sheriff. We just need to take a look at the murder weapon once more. I need my cat here. Puma, to sniff
Wait
it
here
again.
and keep an eye on these guards.
Who?
Wait here and keep an eye on these. I go check with the sheriff. After about 5 minutes or so, the guard comes back and says, "You can talk with the sheriff if you like, but I'll keep an eye on you. I'm not sure about the latter."
Wait, we just got permission to see the sheriff?
You did.
Or, okay.
Well, that seems more than fair enough. Come on, Kaj, we'll go on our way. I'm just gonna kind of lead Kaj on with my arm, be all like,
Oh, well, we can talk to the sheriff. We just need to take a look at the murder weapon is all.
oh no, I'm going to them, taking us to the direction of the sheriff's office. I'm like, go fucking do what you gotta do.
Gotcha.
We'll go talk to Hemlock.
Let's do it.
All right. So where do
I
you
go to Hemlock's office. Kaj can go do his Batman ninja smoke shit, whatever he's gonna do if he's gonna sneak off.
All right. We'll start with Tris. So you're splitting.
No, I'm going to the sheriff too.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
There
the both
is
of you.
staying.
All right, so the both of you make it to the sheriff's office. At this point, you know your way through the main entry hall of the garrison and up the stairs to the sheriff's office. Sheriff's office is ajar, a oak door cropped open in a slant as the sheriff is quickly writing through pieces of parchment upon his desk as you enter. Well, I certainly hope that you have some answers after the escapade that I just witnessed.
Well, Raptor's also fucked off, so we can't,
Your little companion, you say?
Yeah, if he's behind this,
There's no reason to think that he is, though. We haven't.
if he's
been in
behind
contact with
this,
him
we're
since
going
this
to have
morning.
to wait a little minute before we, reprimand him. But at the same time,
Do you know of any other individual in town that can freely transform into other creatures?
well, I know what Raptor can and can't turn into, and I'm pretty sure Gorilla wasn't one of them. And for all his abilities, I don't think summoning a wild horde of monkeys was one of them as well. In addition to that, although I know the little man loves booze, I can't imagine what he's going to do with a distillery, whatever that was.
Just some.
5 gallons of it. He's
Yeah.
8 inches tall.
Roll a diplomacy check.
You better love me, you bastard. That was a dirty 20.
Well, do make a fair point, and given the circumstances, well, I'm more interested in solving the murders at this point than
That's
anything else.
That's partially what we're here for.
Well, do you have any answers about that?
I'm going to close the door behind me and I'm going to be like, first off, it wasn't just the victims that you found. Catherine was pregnant.
Catherine? Pregnant, you say?
Apparently her and Banny were going to abscond to start over.
No. That is unfortunate. Yeah.
I
didn't know
don't
Banny
know.
well, but seemed like a fine lad from my interaction, and Catherine a fine lass, to be sure. And to hear that a third victim, not to mention the ones at the barn, were involved, well, it's... It just adds to the tragedy, and frankly, makes me even more inclined to find the rightful perpetrator of these horrendous offenses. I don't want a repeat of the late unpleasantness, as some of the townsfolk have come to call it. I don't need another murderer in my town. Do you understand me?
No, we understand. And Tristan's kind of glanced around the room as well. How'd you not have suspicion? It's nothing more than a suspicion, so we can't say anything. One way or another, we think Scarlet is.
The sheriff takes a deep breath and relaxes in his chair. Kind of reclines back, hands folded, as he processes what you had just told him. Scarnetti, you say? Did I hear you right?
At the very least, it's his mill and it was his employee. That's too much of a... One of those would be a coincidence. Both of them, it's too much for us to ignore. Especially a man as concerned with money and continuing production as him. There's no way that somebody would have been able to break into that mill and get away without him knowing it.
or at least being stalked by your guard or his.
We also know that Banny was cooking the books and stealing from Scarnetti, so there's ample motive there.
Boy made a foolish decision, no doubt, but not one he deserved to die for.
I want you to understand the gravity of these accusations and understand the implications that you're making here. You would accuse a town council member of such voracious acts as were perpetrated against Banny and Catherine, the victims at the barn.
It isn't as if we accuse without precedence, considering the rumors that were said about his father in regard to the massacre.
Rumors are one thing, evidence is another.
Men at that level of power are always surrounded by rumors. Usually rumors run a little truer than good folk are willing to admit.
Rumors emanate from this town. That is what towns do. But I cannot convict without evidence, you understand.
We're not asking you to, we're just sharing what we found so far. We will find the evidence and make sure that it is damn good if we are to go after Scarnetti.
I just want you to understand what it is that you're implicating. You're implicating
That
not
a powerful man is willing to use his means and motives to do whatever he wants. Yes, it's been true of that since the dawn of time.
That may be the implication in other towns, but in Sandpoint, I try to envision honorably justifiable means that we have here, but believe me this, if Scarnetti is the perpetrator, if he is the arbiter of these violences, I will back you in your evidence, but only if there is evidence. Rumors will not suffice, especially against a council member. Understand this. To convict one, especially one of his rank, will require a majority vote of the town council, of which I do not hold membership. You will have to convince not only I, but the rest of the council that he did, in fact, perpetrate these offenses. Rumor will not be enough. Now, if there is evidence against these offenses, against Scarnetti, I will be the first to uphold that evidence. But we need firm evidence before we bring this to trial. Do you understand me?
I'm gonna put both my hands down on the desk and lean in a little closer and go like, Sheriff, understand that I have nothing but respect for you and what you're trying to do here. And if we can manage to get that information on Scarnetti, and if Iomade, goodbye Iomade, I hope I'm wrong. Because I don't want to think that somebody in leadership of this town could perpetrate something so vile to its citizens. But if it comes down to it, and if for instant, I think Scarnetti is going to get off scot-free with this. I'm telling you now. Nothing is going to stop me taking him down. Not a majority vote of his innocence, not you, not the guard. I will cut my way through everyone and anything that gets in between me and the way of that man of justice.
It's at this point that Hemlock looks you square in the eye and says, I believe in the justice of this town more than any other citizen here. I wish to see the perpetrators of these violent acts brought to justice. But I warn you, should he be found guilty, I, more than anyone, will commit my duties to ensure that he sees swift justice. But should he be found innocent, I am bound by the law and the honor of my office to ensure his protection. That being said, he is not one lightly to be crossed. He has power beyond his station, beyond his seat, even on the council. He's not one to be toyed with. I advise extreme caution when dealing with any of the town council members. In particular, any of the clan Scarnetti. That is just friendly advice.
I'm a foreigner to these lands, Hemlock. Everybody I love is either dead and buried or a world away from me. If I die, I die.
I'm not concerned about those. I'm concerned about you and your compatriots. Because, believe me this, Scarnetti is not one to cross. Even I, well...
We'll tread carefully.
Now, there's a few questions that we could get answered possibly by you. So the killer we found, or that we believe to be, is smelling like rotten fish, tall, lanky, and may possibly be even not be completely humanoid, like paw prints a little bit similar to mine, a little bit larger. Does this ring any bells?
Paw prints? Smelling of decayed, rotten flesh and fish, tall and lanky?
Yes. That's basically the gist of it.
You know, it sounds foolish, but...
No, unfortunately. You do not describe any individual in town that I know of. Other than... It's a foolish thought. Forget it.
No avenue of approach should be ignored.
Are you sure?
I've learned one thing in war, it's that any pathway to victory is not to be discarded.
Well, the only avenue that I've seen, given that description and given the notes found at the scene, leads to you. And he turns to Kaj. Kaj, though I find this hard to believe myself. That being said, had this information fallen outside this office and outside my authority, others might be more inclined to pursue this avenue of inquiry, those seated on the council. And if what you say is true, Tristan, if Scarnetti is truly involved, well, who knows what he could be capable of. I personally have weighed your character, even given today's events. And he kind of throws back a little bit in a little bit of inquiry, kind of throwing his fingers in rest and contemplating the events of the day.
Believe me, Sheriff, when I woke up this morning, it wasn't exactly what I expected to see either.
That makes two of us. Well, in either case, I don't see the two of you perpetrating such vulgations as was thrown upon our victims, though I would remind you to keep your compatriots in line. Other members of the town council may not be as understanding as I am of your service to Sandpoint. Though you might have friends on the council, remember this, though you might have some friends, you may also have enemies. Those are the way of politics in this town and in every other town. You must weigh your strengths and your weaknesses. You must weigh the pros and cons always, and act accordingly. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah.
Scarnetti runs not only the timber industry, but the military complex, correct?
Well, strictly speaking,
Just a straight answer, Sheriff.
I run the town guard while he runs the town militia. Strictly speaking, we haven't had a need for town militia until recently with the goblin attacks. And though I'd be less concerned with that influence as he has with town in general. He owns the lumber supply, which means that he controls the shipping construction as well as the construction and operations of the Carpenters Guilds. Not to mention, he's recently bought up the ownership and operations of the milling district, meaning that he has control of the flour supply in town, which of course, as you might suspect, will control the bread supply, which feeds most of our town. So this is why I am so reluctant to bring charges against such a man, such a power in town without more solid evidence. That being said, if you have uncontrafable evidence that he was the perpetrator or arbiter of of these offenses against the innocence of Sandpoint, I will stand by you. But until then, find more. Gather more. Investigate further under the authority that I have bestowed you.
We're doing the best we can.
I trust that you are. Just
Don't get killed.
don't get killed and keep your friend in line.
Oh,
I try to protect you against the council as best I can, but
there's only so much foolishness we can get away with.
even I can't do everything. You must understand. The council will, if this hasn't come up on their radar, they're sure to find out, and less friendly members will, well, I'd like to see you hang for offenses. I'll try my best against such conclusions, but you must keep your friend in line. Do you follow me?
We follow.
Good.
Now, the last thing that we actually the whole reason we came here in the first place was to get access to the evidence room. We need Puma to take a sniff of the murder weapon again, so we can give another shot at tracking down the killer.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the Sandpoint lumber mill was left as it was found, only guarded for insurance of the stability of the crime scene. Any other murder weapon, well, there is no other murder weapon to be found in my vaults.
What about the murder weapon from the barn? That should be the same killer. Should have the same scent.
No murder weapon was found, unfortunately. Only claw marks in the jugular and veins of the victims.
Did you recover anything from the crime scene? I'm assuming you didn't leave the bodies there.
No, we didn't. We recovered the bodies, and they're sitting here in the Sandpoint Garrison at the lower levels. Their decay stifled by the cold temperatures down in our cellars, but I will have to consign them to our burial grounds for their respect and dignity, even given the fact that the individuals that purveyed the bodies probably didn't deserve it. Their respect of the dead is something that should be ensured by all individuals holding my office. That being said, their bodies are certainly waiting and awaiting any investigation that you might have, though I would advise doing it quickly before decay sets in and burial is imminent.
You can probably release Ben. Vindor, I don't see the man doing anything. It's heinous. And I think if our conversation was anything to go on, the man's... I think the man just wants to pay for a burial for local victims and make peace as best he can.
End of Iborn?
Sweat him for a couple more days. There's something about him I can't shake.
Well,
But after that, I can't see him being any.
well, I can keep him for questioning for a couple more days. See if we can get anything more out of him. But given your testimony, I will promptly release Vindor to his shop, and I pray he had nothing to do with this. It's frankly, it's my opinion he had nothing to do with this, but I wanted a second set of eyes on this. You can never be too careful, especially with murder as voracious as this. Well, I'll leave the bodies of the first slain in the cellars for another day or so, but after that, they will need to be confined to their final resting place. It doesn't do any good to leave the bodies to rot, and respects not the dead to do so.
Oh. Well, we'll leave you to it then. Thank you for the help, Sheriff.
Is there anything else that I may help with?
That just about does it.
Right, well, see to your friends, and I'll see that the goods are returned to their rightful owner, and see what I can do to ensure that no charges are pressed. Beyond that, I can promise nothing for your friend.
That's all you can do. Gosh, let's go.
Sounds good.
What a damn shame, because I distinctly remember making a deal with this sheriff to give me a copious amount of drugs when I was right about Scarnetti.
Gosh. One raptor. We haven't confirmed it's Scarnetti yet. Gosh, go see if you can't find that booze. I'll shut Raptor up or maybe get him over there. I'm gonna go take a look at the bodies.
You want to try to get together again? Just you gonna join me while we meet up with Raptor and then head down.
I don't know. If Raptor wanted to find us, wouldn't you made himself evident by now?
I would think, but might as well check outside.
I suppose.
Out of character, Tristan, did you just propose going to acquire the booze of Kaj?
If that's the only way to get you here, dude.
Perfect. Perfect.
God. But he was planning on returning the booze to the fucking owner.
We might not be able to get all of it, but we might be able to get some of it.
Oh, okay, yeah, we could get some of it.
Well, anyhow, how this entire thing has been going on, Raptor's been doing his own fucking program, which is beautiful considering all of that sheriff dialogue about keeping your friend in check. Marshall, let me know when you're ready for Raptor time.
I don't know if I'm ever ready for Raptor time, but go ahead.
Alright, so I was chilling on the building when they walked up to the barracks, or to the evidence locker, wherever the hell that was. And then I saw them fuck off to the sheriff's office. Now, they so kindly led me to where supposedly all contraband is kept. I'm sneaking in there.
So, they went to
the sheriff's office.
sheriff's office, like
Before
his
that,
administrative office.
Right. Where they were before that, when they were talking to the guard about trying to see the murder weapon, the evidence locker, per se.
They were talking about that while at the sheriff's office. There was no murder weapon at the farmhouse.
No, we showed up to the barracks originally to try to get in there, and then the guards wouldn't let us in. So then we went to the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
But he's talking about the first spot that Garrison where all the contraband was.
Because, yeah, I followed them to there. They had that interaction with the guard, and then the guard was like, you can go chat with the sheriff. And then they went to go chat with the sheriff. But I stayed where that guard was. Presumably, where the murder weapon would be stored and my fucking vat of alcohol.
All right, let's go ahead and have you roll a stealth check. First of all,
I want to just take a 23 here. I think I will. I'll just take a flat 23 with my I have a skill feat in assurance, so it gives me 10 plus modifier on stealth.
Um, $23.
Yeah.
That meal was fucking
All
good.
right, you seem to be unnoticed by the guards at the moment.
Perfect. I'm trying to climb into a window or vent or anything. I just want to see where the contraband is being held.
It seems that the contraband is being held in a in-building beside the main administrative building. The door made of oak and locked behind an iron lock. A guard stationed in front of it, and he seems somewhat sleepy at his current station, being a little bit bored.
And he's sitting right in front of the door to the contraband.
He's kind of pacing back and forth within about a 15-foot gate of the door, just to kind of keep his energy up and keep his blood flowing. But he's always within sight of the door.
Okay. And that door is presumably underneath a roof that I can get onto and then drop down onto said guard.
It seems to be underneath a cobble roof that has no obvious chimneys or exterior windows.
He's the only one there, though, right?
It appears
In the
that there's only
immediate area.
one guard directly in front of the in-building entrance to the in-building, but with a couple other guards within about 50 feet of each other.
I'm going to go ahead and work my way over via rooftop to above that guy and very gently. You said he's looking sleepy. I'm going to go ahead and...
He looks a bit sleepy, a little bit bored.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and...
Kind of like towards the end of his 12-hour shift kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and dancing lights in front of him to kind of give the illusion of like he's seeing shit with how tired he is. And as I'm doing that, I want to drop down onto his shoulder without him noticing.
I'll let you keep the stealth as before, and you drop down onto his shoulder as you cast dancing lights in front of his eyes. He seems to be engulfed by the lights in front of his perception. Almost a northern light. A dancing of lights, if you will. In front of him.
I'm going to go ahead and touch telepathy and say, in my best guard accent, nobody will notice a quick nap.
Nobody will notice a quick nap. Roll a spell DC.
Spell DC. What does that mean? Because my spell DC is 20.
Says D20. Oh no, your spell DC is just a square D20 then. All right.
Okay.
So nobody will notice a quick nap. Maybe I'll just sit by the door here and all will be fine. And he kind of slumps against the door, and his eyelids begin to drop as he kind of flutters down to a light sleep.
Perfect. I am going to go into his pocket, snatch the key.
Roll a thievery check.
Uh-oh, that's a 7.
No.
Boy, what was that? And he kind of palms at Raptor and kind of hits Raptor over the head with one of his fingers. Raptor, you kind of fall back as you're trying to grasp at the keys.
Is he, like, awake now, or is that kind of like a dream state deal?
He's awake, but it's kind of like that state of waking and dreaming where you're awake, but you haven't really realized that you're awake yet.
Okay. Sound that at the time. What does this do? Okay. I'm gonna reach out and just kind of touch his arm that he just hit me with. And once again, it was nothing. Just tired.
Tired, nothing. I know what I saw. He doesn't seem to be receptive to your taunt, to your interpretation of reality.
In that case, does he seem to be becoming more awake now then?
He does.
Alright, I'm gonna climb up on his shoulder and just hide out on his back.
I'll let you keep the same stealth check as before, and you successfully hide yourself behind his guard's collar.
Perfect. What's he doing?
He seems to be kind of straightening himself again and pacing back and forth in front of the oak door, keeping within about 15 feet of the door.
Raptor's super pissed right now. This is the second time he's had to steal this fucking bullshit today. Because Tristan didn't want to fucking listen. Raptor's just sitting in this guard's collar now, like, what the fuck? I fucking nailed it the first time and he fucked it up. Now I have to do this again. It's fucking bullshit.
Wow, it sucks when a little prick ruins your plans, doesn't it? Isn't it frustrating? And annoying. And irritating.
Is this guy just pacing back and forth?
Yeah, he's just kind of pacing back and forth as if you would trying to kind of reinvigorate yourself, trying to get a little bit of a energizing kick, trying to push yourself through the last of your shift.
Raptor's gonna go ahead, and he's pretty fed up at this point. He's gonna go ahead and touch telepathy and channel some of his childhood trauma onto this man and just say,
Whoa.
Mom never loved me, did she?
Whoa.
My mama loved me like I was her own child, because I was.
Raptor's real close to just turning into a fucking bull and knocking that door down, dude. He's so pissed. I can't fit through the keyhole, can I?
No.
Okay. I'm not that small. I'm just gonna try and fucking crawl down his back and fucking yoink the key again.
Roll a thievery check.
Look.
15.
Wait, what is this? And he kind of swipes at you and looks towards you, and he realizes you're a little bit of a sprite. He doesn't really identify you as a sprite or as a... The frick are you?
That's correct. Yes.
Hey,
Sprite?
Sprite.
He doesn't recognize you as a sprite, but he recognizes you as a... someone that probably shouldn't be right next to his keys. And he kind of points a spear at you. Wait, what you want?
Wait, he points the spear at me while I'm on his hip.
He swatted you away.
Okay, am I on the ground now?
You are on the ground now, and you're prone also.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I nailed it the first time. Now I have to do this shit again.
Yep.
Ah, god damn it. Let's see. What does Raptor want to do here? This is a bit of a sticky situation. Is this guy loud?
Moderate. He seems like he's increased his volume, but not so aggressively where any of the other guards have really noticed much at this point. Though it seems like he easily could do so.
When in doubt, bullshit it out. Raptor's gonna look at him dead in the eye from the ground. And, he's gonna go ahead and... I'd like to cast Summon Animal, which just summons a single -1 level animal. It's gonna be like a single mouse. Just gonna pull this mouse up to me and say, "Sir, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt your evening. I don't know how I've gotten here. This mouse led me here. I think it cast some sort of spell on me. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that the mouse is looking for a treat inside of there, and I've only recently learned intelligible language. I am a mere creature of the woods. It's persuaded me to help it get some cheese. This is all."
I am going to say this is kind of adorable.
Roll a deception check.
Oh, this needs to be good. Oh, fuck. 15.
Despite all conclusions to the contrary, it seems that the guard is receptive to your explanation of why it is that you are currently mounted on top of a tiny little mouse in front of him, having nearly nicked his keys. The guard remarks, "Well, be on with you. I don't need any trouble, especially with my shift ending."
I look at the guard and I say, Well, my friend, this mouse here really wants into that vault. It can smell some good cheese there, and remember, my friend, you do get paid overtime if you start an arrest near the end of your shift. So, if you open this door up, you let us in, you get a few extra hours of overtime. That's bonus pay. And it's just a mouse. It can do no harm. When in doubt, bullshit it out.
I kind of want to see what happens here.
I have no idea what's going on.
Dude, I'm lost.
We ain't got no cheese back there, and I ain't supposed to let anyone out through the door by the sheriff and his guards. And well, Yeah, I can't let you. I can't let you through. And that's that.
I touch telepathy on the mouse and tell it to look as absolutely cute as it possibly can. The cutest fucking big puppy-eyed fucking get up on its hind legs, do this shit, and just start whining to this guard. And as I do
this shit.
as I do this, Raptor's going to get off of the mouse, take a few steps, and kind of fall over, and pretend to be an unintelligent creature.
Roll a deception check for the mouse plus advantage.
Nice.
Does the mouse get my modifier?
The mouse does not get your modifier.
Oh, fuck.
You can do it.
Right.
I believe in you.
Oh, that's a 17 on the dice.
Ha.
It's pretty damn good.
Plus the modifier.
What's the modifier?
I don't know what the mouse modifier for deception would be. Let's see. It does not clarify.
I think it's just like a general plus tier rolls. Your modifier.
Let's go ahead and call it a Oh, it'd be a +0.
+0. Okay, so 17. For the mouse looking cute as shit.
Is that including or not including its advantage?
No. So +2 for the advantage.
19?
Then. Yep. There we go.
Well, when you put it like that, I had a wee mouse when I was a lad.
Oh my god!
This is stupid. I'm all about it.
You remind me of Mr. Scruffles.
Oh my god!
Well, there ain't no cheese back there, but there might be some bits of meat. You go on right ahead, Mr.
I can't
Scruffles.
believe what I'm listening to right now.
Oh my god. He unlocks the door.
He does unlock the door.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna do my best, like, brainwash walk and get back on the mouse, just like, sit on the mouse, and then just ride the mouse into the door.
To go on record, this is the stupidest thing I've ever done.
I can't believe that actually worked.
I can't believe it either.
Ridiculous.
This is
I love it.
Does he keep the door open and monitor, or does he just let this mouse and
It looks like he just kind of like.
thing go free?
It looks like he just kind of the door's about half open, and he's kind of like hugging himself in like, ah, man, Mr. Scruffles, I miss you.
Wow, this mouse clutched up on that performance. Alright, I tell the mouse, take anything you want. And I dismount the mouse, I let it go free, and I would like to look around.
Alright, the mouse makes a beeline for a jar of finely cured meats, I guess.
Curious as to why that's in the contraband locker, but works for me. I'm looking for A, that thing of booze, but also B, just any illicit drugs.
Roll a perception check.
That's right. 9, 13, 22.
All right. 22.
22. Yep.
All right. You find very easily the 5-gallon vessel, which contained about 2.5 gallons or so of distilled spirits. You also find a single vial of elixir of Hungul healing.
Fungal healing.
Hull Gil healing. That's HUL space GIL healing.
Okay.
Single vial of it.
Perfect. I definitely take that. And I'm
Having
gonna go
no
ahead.
idea what it does.
Well,
You ever
my
claimed she was
attention-
smart?
My attention was drawn to it. I take it. Pretty
right.
much anything.
It
in a
looks
vial I'm
like
all
an
about.
illicit substance to your eye. You're like, I want this.
Perfect. I take it, and I will go ahead and go to the jar of booze, and I want to assess this once again for like how strong is this stuff? Like
Roll.
hypothetically,
Roll a. What was that? What was that lore that you have?
stimulant lore,
Roll a stimulant lore.
16.
Total.
Mm-hmm.
You identify it as being stronger than what is typically served at any average tavern or bar, but its source and ingredients are hard to identify by sight. It seems, just by the smell of it, that it's at least double the strength of any drink that you might find over the tavern counter.
Does it like reek of alcohol? I'm gonna dip my finger in and taste it. Does it taste
It
like
does reek of
straight
alcohol.
Okay.
A little bit strong on the palate,
Cool.
but has a sweet aftertaste.
I'm gonna go ahead and dump out my water skin and fill it up with that shit.
How big is your water skin?
So small. So small.
All right, you fill your water skin with your 8 inches, so
Like 1 cubic inch.
let's say 8 ounces of alcohol
Nice.
or alcoholic
Oh, that
substance.
ain't bad. I'll take that. All right.
Make a
cool.
note of that in your character sheet.
Yes. 8 ounces.
You know, further, you identify it as being rum, like a rum substance. So go ahead and add it to your inventory as 8 ounces of rum.
Okay. Sweet. Before I take off, I want to really double check and see if there's anything else in here that might be helpful, not just stimulant wise, but to the case in general of finding the murderer. So anything that could be another sort of intoxicating substance or a poison, perhaps, as well as basically any vial, literally any vial.
Roll a perception.
Oh, that's big. 19 plus 13.
Oh,
32.
You kind of thumb through the archives of the illicit substances and contraband items, and though you find a fair amount of interesting and alluring substances and items, you don't seem to find anything that ties directly or indirectly to the murder of Catherine or Banny, or generally any of the murders recently perpetrated by the assailant.
Okay. What about truth tell serum? Do I find any truth tell serum with a 32?
You do not.
Damn.
Fucking worthless.
Nothing even remotely truth telly, like
Most of the items in the storage unit are kind of weapons of various sorts, a bit of armor, some illicit substances, and a couple of magical items here and there, but no.
Oh, do tell more on that, my friend. A couple of magical items. Are any of them miniature sized?
You do find. Would you roll a 30 something?
A 32?
All right. You do find a. Shoot, I gotta look it up.
Had to say magical item.
I know. Let's see what you find. You do find a deck of mischief alongside some of the items.
Wait, is that the one that you roll like 1 through 10 and it can go from level you up to straight kill you?
No.
Okay.
You're thinking of the deck of many things, I think. This is a deck of mischief. Essentially, it is a deck of 54 cards, which is nearly identical to any standard playing deck, but is often used by cheaters and people that wish to nudge the odds in their favor during gambling endeavors.
Oh.
So we know what we're confiscating when he comes back into the fold.
Yeah. Leave the confiscating to me. Yep.
Yeah,
I got
we're
it.
stealing. Yeah, so you're losing the deck. Yeah. For that
Nice.
whole entire situation with the gorilla, you're grounded, and we're taking away your deck of mischief.
Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
I'm
I'm gonna go
care.
gambling immediately. Have fun figuring out which bar I'm at.
And if you wanna Google deck of mischief, you'll find what it is that I'm talking about.
Perfect.
That's sick.
Beyond that, there's really nothing of particular interest, really. Pretty mundane stuff.
Cool. In that case, I'm gonna call that mouse back over and say, "Time to go, pal," and skedaddle on out the door with him, doing the same kind of zombie walk that I did on the way in.
Beep, stip, 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 beep. The rat responds.
Does that translate to, yeah, sounds good?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool. All right, we fuck off, and Raptor then fucks off again and takes to the rooftops.
All right.
Cool. I think I'm gonna have to call it here.
Actually, I think that's where we're all gonna call it.
Yeah,
Right
it
about
is
there.
midnight.
Yeah, I think we're gonna call it right about there. But yeah. All right. Thank you to all watching now and watching later. Till next time. Have a good night.
Yeah. Thanks for watching our crack addict.
Yeah, that
Whatever
was a
that
wild
was.
episode. Thanks for sticking with it.
Yeah, Raptor's like the MVP of this match, so you guys have a good
No
one.
one knows what Raptor is. Not even himself.
Nope.